Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning, everyone. This is Planning Committee. It is your awesome time to talk about all things all planning related. Today we do have quorum, so may I please make sure that all electronic devices are switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. And in the room with me is Councillor McMeekin, Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Kassar Francis, Councillor M. Wilson, and online is Councillor Nan, and then doing a pokeroo was Councillor Taddison, but he is not currently here. So do we actually count him as being here if he's not actually online?
I'm here.
In spirit, apparently. He's here-ish. Anyway, we'll just continue to shame Councillor Taddison until he actually turns on his camera. And actually, we should actually also shame Councillor Jeff Beattie for showing up at 9:30, just barely. All right, so let's go on to, Joey says no. Uh-oh, quorum watches. Joey, does Councillor Taddison count? Because he just showed up now. He also doesn't count? Uh-oh.
I was here.
Councillor
I was here.
Taddison. Okay,
Technical.
let's move on, and we are going to approve the agenda. So Clerk Kelsey, are there any addendum items to this agenda, please?
Yes, Chair Wang, we have added delegation 6.2, delegations respecting demolition permit for 85 Catherine Street North, Kevin Freeman and Mark Flowers. We have added 6.3, Daniel Braemar with the Valerie Group respecting demolition permits for 2, 4, 6, and 8 McDonald's Lane, 822 Barton Street, and 829 Highway 8, which are items 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5. Added item 6.4, Nicole Cimador, I'm sorry,
Timador, I think?
Yep. Cimadamore.
Cimadamore.
From New Horizon Development Group respecting demolition permit for 1290 and 1294 Upper James Street, which are items 9.6 and 9.7. And we have added delegation 6.5 from Lyndon George with the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center respecting Class 4 designation of 115 and 121 Van Sitmart Avenue, which is item 911 on today's agenda. Under items for consideration for 9.1, which is a report on updates to public notice requirements for Planning Act applications, we have an added written submission from Anthony Salemi with the West End Home Builders Association. And item 9.12, which was a report to reestablish last recognized, used, and/or legally established non-conforming status within zoning verification reports and establish new zoning verification report user fees to reflect new level of service, has been withdrawn and will be brought to a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's nice to see this agenda gets smaller a little bit. Thank you so much. So are there any other amendments to this agenda as presented? Seeing none, mover and seconder for this agenda to be approved as presented, please. Councillor Pauls and Councillor Beattie. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I please have your vote electronically? The vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you. Let's move on to declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, let's move on to approval of minutes from previous meeting. May I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of May 23rd, 2025, please? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kassar. This is a hand vote. May I please have your vote? Looks like that carries. Thank you. We are now moving on to delegation. So before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. A note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone after the 4-minute mark, and then you'll have an additional minute to finish up. So let's start off with 6.1. Matt Johnston is in the room with us. He is here to speak about the Class 4 designation at 121 Van Sitmart Avenue, item 911, and he is coming up to the podium now. Perfect.
Morning, members of committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. This morning, I'm here on behalf of Mr. John Kemp, owner of 121 Vanzantmark Avenue, and we're here on a Class 4 noise designation request. Subject property, just shy of 2 acres in size, on the north side of Vanzantmark in the east end of town, in Ward 4. And I'll quickly move through the history here. So it was back in 2018 that staff supported and council approved a zoning amendment to accommodate 40 back-to-back townhouses on the subject property. A year later, we went through the site plan application process and received conditional site plan approval. And one of those conditions is that we satisfy CN Rail, given the proximity of the rail line abutting us to the north. To start off the Class 4 process, I was here just over a year ago to initiate the Class 4 noise request process, and council directed staff to report back when we satisfied the issues at play. So ever since that conditional site plan approval in 2019, we've been working diligently with CN to update, revise, and satisfy them from a noise study perspective. And that ultimately concluded with their peer review consultant confirming that the residential development can go ahead with a Class 4 designation in place and satisfy all noise requirements. So with that milestone behind us, we're now in a position to come forward and hopefully get this Class 4 designation in place. Again, the issue at play is the rail corridor toward the north. It's not a major shunting yard, but there is some shunting that takes place in proximity. I'm sure the city can appreciate the level of energy it takes to satisfy CN and the length of time. We've been at it for the better part of 6 years to get to where we are today. So it's a great day to bring closure to this one. What the Class 4 designation really does is provide a great planning tool to satisfy noise when the standard Class 1 designation can't quite cut it. And the issue here is that the noise source on the outside of the window needs to be at a certain level. And when you're unable to do that, you've got to look for alternatives. And the alternative that's available to us is the Class 4 designation that comes with mitigation measures. The main one at play here is what they call enclosed noise buffers, which are ultimately designed to look like enclosed patios. And what that does is mean that the noise sensor outside of the living space is protected by the enclosed noise buffer. So that's what is shown on the screen here, just sort of a rendered typical example. And here we have what's been deployed on the subject lands to satisfy that requirement. So in doing so, we have the enclosed noise buffers along with a number of other mitigation measures in terms of construction methodology, insulation, window panes, air conditioners, and warning clauses on title that all work collectively to satisfy our noise requirements. I've just rolled through most of those here. The one I didn't touch on was the crash berm and noise, the crash berm on the north perimeter of the property as well. I mentioned this is a great planning tool. It's one that we've used on occasion in the municipality. There's 3 examples on the screen here. One I was personally involved with, it was at the corner of Barton and Wellington, where we're just unable to mitigate the noise source being the hospital. So it's a tool to use in appropriate scenarios. We've worked with CN and their peer review consultant to get them on board. And with council's approval of a Class 4 designation, we can now satisfy our final site plan condition of approval and bring these great units on stream to Ward 4. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Speakers list is open if there's any questions for our delegate. I have a couple of questions. So thank you for your delegation, Matt. In terms of the peer review, as much as they said that they were in support, but there was a whole pile of other things that they thought could have been improved. So how are those being added into some of your ideas for as we're moving them forward, as you're moving this forward?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So the peer review process is one that, the two consulting firms, trade ideas and come up with the appropriate solutions. We have this milestone to get in place to allow us to enter into this CN agreement, and the CN agreement will then solidify all of those mitigation measures that can be deployed. But satisfying the Class 4 designation in principle is sort of the threshold to get that CN agreement in place, where all of those will work together to get those secured.
Okay, so will you at least consider some of the recommendations that the peer review might have also offered as you're going down the development process then?
Certainly.
Okay. I have no more questions. Those were the two that I had specifically for you. So if there are no other questions, then we will thank Matt for his delegation. And I think what we're going to do is we'll take all the delegates at the exact same time. So we'll move on to our next delegate. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you.
Next is we have Kevin Freeman from the CanF Group speaking on behalf of 85 Catherine Street North. Kevin, are you in the room or virtually? There
I
you
am
are.
virtual.
Perfect. Thank you. So you have 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, you'll hear a ding, and then then I'll start to gesture wildly for you to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the Planning Committee and staff. My name is Kevin Freeman. I'm the Director of Planning and Development for CanF Group. I'm joined today by our solicitor, Mark Flowers from Davies Howe, who has made submissions on our behalf in advance of today's meeting. As made clear through our submissions, our request is that Planning Committee adopt the alternative recommendations on page 3 of the staff report to approve the demolition permit for 85 Catherine Street North that is before you today, without having to comply with Section 6 of the Demolition Control Area bylaw. With that brief introduction, I will turn over to Mr. Flowers, who is also present today and will be speaking to this matter further.
Mr. Flowers, are you online?
I
There
am
you go.
joining you remotely.
Oh,
Hopefully you
wonderful.
can hear me.
So what we'll do is we'll restart the clock. So typically, I have you listed as 2 separate delegations, so we'll restart the clock. So anytime you're ready, Mr. Flowers.
Thank you. And good morning, members of the committee. I am Mark Flowers, a lawyer with Davies Howe LLP, counsel to the applicant. And as you've just heard, joining me this morning is Kevin Freeman. Mr. Freeman certainly will be able to assist in responding to any questions that the committee may have. Yesterday, we filed a written submission with the clerk. We trust each of you received a copy of that. And that submission includes comments on the staff report that is before you this morning and attaches a copy of our letter to the city's building division dated April 10th, 2025, which in fact prompted the staff report and your consideration of the request. As noted in our written submission, we are requesting that the committee not adopt the recommendation on page 1 of the staff report, and instead the committee adopt the alternative recommendation on page 3, and that is as follows. That the chief building official be authorized to issue a demolition permit for 85 Catherine Street North in accordance with bylaw 22-101 pursuant to section 33 of the Planning Act as amended without having to comply with section 6 of the Demolition Control Area bylaw 22-101, end quote. And more specifically, committee members, we are requesting that the committee and city council direct the issuance of a demolition permit without imposing certain conditions. Namely, that the conditions that would otherwise require a building permit to be issued in conjunction with the demolition permit, and that the new building to be erected must be substantially completed within 2 years of the date of demolition. We would ask that those conditions not be imposed. By way of background, the subject property is located within the city's downtown, within the block bounded by Catherine Street North, Wilson Street, John Street North, and Rebecca Street. This is a block that is currently predominantly comprised of surface parking as it awaits redevelopment for high-density mixed-use development. And in fact, CanF has an active site plan approval application originally submitted in respect of 80 John Street North for a redevelopment proposal that includes 2 30-story towers on a shared podium. The more recent purchase of the subject property was made with the intention of including that property within the redevelopment plans. And meanwhile, in furtherance of its redevelopment plans, Caniff gave notice of its intention to demolish the building on the subject property last August. At the same time, it submitted a request to remove the subject property from the city's heritage register, and in fact, that request was granted by City Council in November. Now, one of the reasons why staff is recommending that the request be denied is that they state that they undertook an exterior visual inspection of the property and found that the building appeared to be in good condition, and they even assumed it was currently occupied. In fact, Caniff confirms that the building is vacant, and although from the exterior the building may appear to be in good condition, the interior of the building has suffered considerable damage, including water damage from flooding. As a result, the building is not currently in a suitable condition for residential occupation. Further, we understand that significant expenditures would be required in order to undertake the necessary repairs to make it suitable for residential occupancy, which Caniff does not intend to do, particularly in view of the future redevelopment of the property, as I mentioned. Thus, unless the building can be demolished in the near term, the expectation is that it will sit vacant until redevelopment. And of course, that also raises then some concerns regarding public safety due to potential trespassing in and around the vacant structure. Accordingly, we are requesting that the condition that would otherwise require a building permit for a new building to be issued in conjunction with the demolition permit not be imposed. And in saying that, we certainly understand the rationale for the condition in other circumstances, where, for example, a landowner is seeking to demolish an existing house on a residential street within an established residential neighborhood, and doing so would perhaps create a disruption in the streetscape with the unsightly vacant lot, perhaps surrounded by protective fencing, or alternatively, where an existing dwelling is currently occupied and tenanted, and a demolition is sought perhaps prematurely, which would then have the effect of needing to evict an existing tenant. However, neither of those examples apply in this case, where the building itself is an anomaly within the block, where, as I mentioned, surface parking occupies the vast majority of the area, and where the building is already vacant, and the intention by the owner is to maintain that condition pending redevelopment. We are also requesting that the condition that would otherwise require a new building to be substantially completed within 2 years of the date of demolition not be imposed. Caniff is not currently in a position to start construction of the new building on the subject and adjacent property, so the 2-year time frame is simply not practical or reasonable. Moreover, even if Caniff was in a position to commence construction, given the scale of the proposed redevelopment, 2 years would not be sufficient time to substantially complete a new building. Again, a very different situation from the circumstance where a detached dwelling, for example, is proposed to be demolished to make way for a replacement detached dwelling. For these reasons, as well as those outlined in our written submission, we request that Planning Committee and City Council adopt the alternative recommendation on page 3 of the staff report. And so I thank you for your consideration, and certainly we'd be pleased to address any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. As the speakers list is open, I wonder if Mr. Freeman can also turn on his camera just in case committee can ask both of you any of your questions. So first up on our list is Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the delegates. Have you submitted an engineering report to detail what you stated in your delegation, that the interior presents a public risk?
I think Mr. Freeman may be better equipped to address the specific question about engineering report. To be clear, I don't believe I indicated that the condition inside is a public risk. I think what I said was it's not suitable for residential occupancy right now. There's been damage that would certainly require repairs, interior repairs. And what I mentioned about the potential safety risk was in relation to the fact that there would be a vacant building. If we can't demolish this, then the building sits vacant, and that has the potential to attract trespassers, obviously seeing a vacant building. So I think that's to address that. I don't know if Mr. Freeman can add anything about engineering reports.
Yes, we haven't submitted a formal engineering report, but we have included pictures of the damage with earlier submissions. Also, when we had made our submission with the request for the property to be removed from the Heritage Register, we included photos of some of the damage of the interior.
So thank you through the chair. So just so I'm clear, you believe this meets the threshold and we should support the alternative because it's vacant and there's no intent to invest in the interior to make it habitable? Is that the threshold you're putting forward?
Well, through the chair, there is considerable damage to the interior, and for us to invest the money to repair the dwelling to a point in which it can be rented, it would be extensive for us. It would be extremely costly, with the understanding that our plan is to consolidate this block and have a comprehensive development that is consistent with the policy and zoning framework for this particular area of the city, which would support mixed-use, high-density land uses. And we're looking to actively move through that process with the city through a site plan application that we have on file right now. And we're looking to make progress on that application and proceed in that fashion.
Thank you. My second question, I have three, is that you believe that our demolition bylaw should be informed by private market conditions. Is that one of your statements?
Mr. Freeman, please, or Mr. Flowers.
Mr. Freeman may have something to add. I mean, I guess really the point that we referred to in our submission was, the fact that it's just a reality. I mean, take, for example, the condition that would require substantial completion within 2 years of demolition. That obviously is going to be somewhat market dependent, but it's also simply, as I mentioned, the scale of the redevelopment. 2 30-story towers on a podium isn't realistic to think that you're going to be able to complete that in 2 years. And that's why I distinguished it from, for example, a single detached house on a residential street that is demolished. Sure, you can do a replacement building in 2 years, but certainly the market will have some impact on the timing of when this could be redeveloped.
Thank you. Through the chair to the delegates, I'm not familiar with your business, so my question is, do you develop outside of Hamilton, and would you submit that these requirements set out in our bylaw are unique to Hamilton? Through the chair.
Through the chair, we do have holdings in other municipalities in the Greater Toronto Area. We have familiarized ourselves with some other demolition permit bylaws in other municipalities. I can't say that I'm too intimately familiar with them, but I believe that there are some conditions in the demolition permit, the demolition bylaw for the city of Hamilton that are a little bit unique or different from other municipalities. But like I said, I'm not intimately familiar with those demolition permit bylaws. I believe that the process here is quite similar in the sense that, if we are looking for an exemption from conditions of the demolition permit bylaw, that is to be brought forward to council or planning committee for consideration, which is what we've decided to do today.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Up now is Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Kassar and Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your delegation. If I could, to the delegates, just if you could clarify, I know it's written in the report, but in your submission so far verbally, just the status of the property. It's a 2-story residential house currently, correct?
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. It's a 2-story residential home, and it's been vacant for quite some time now.
And can you define that quite some time, please?
Since we acquired the property in 2023, it's been vacant since then.
Since 2023. And there was a reference in your delegation, not you, sir, but Delegate Flowers, saying that the report says that the building is in good condition and occupied. The report actually states that it is currently vacant and previously occupied. So I just wanted to make sure that Delegate Flowers saw that in the report, that staff aren't assuming that it's vacant, that it says very clearly in the report that it is vacant.
With all due respect, the report actually says, and I certainly try and find the specific reference, but it says that it appears to be occupied, and it talks about that there's utilities there.
Okay, maybe at some point I can clarify the reference point that you see, Delegate Flowers, through you.
I just found it.
The report says the building, while currently vacant, was previously contained as a residential, previously contained a residential occupancy.
Then there may be an inconsistency in the report, because I'm looking at page 3. It is the second full paragraph, and it says, from a visual inspection of the exterior of the building appeared to be occupied and well-maintained with utilities still connected. So that's where I was taking that comment from.
Thank you. And then finally, if I could, two more clarities from your delegation verbally. You mentioned trespassing is a concern. Has that been substantiated since 2023? Have you had trespassers or occupancy or folks squatting in the building?
Yes, and through the chair, we have had instances where that has been the case, where there has been there are homeless people occupying the premises, or there's been complaints that have come from our maintenance team there, and then also we've also received noise complaints from the city, which is odd for us to see, considering that this dwelling has not been occupied for some time now. So there has been some presence in and around the property, which has been proven to be problematic for us.
Thank you. And if I could, through you, Chair, Delegate Freeman, if you could clarify, what have you been doing to secure the building since then, since those instances being reported?
Through the chair, I think there's limitations to what we can do to prevent trespassing. I believe that there was a partial fence that was erected on the property, but the property is open surrounding it. So, we've had our operations team there just to have some presence periodically, and to make sure that the property is decently maintained and in good shape to discourage trespassing. But it has been an ongoing issue for us and continues to be.
Thank you. And then final question was just clarity around your site plan process, where you're at with this specific property and it being part of the application for site plan approval.
Yes, and through the chair. So we have initiated a site plan application for this property, and we also do plan on including 85 Catherine Street as part of that application. We want to expand the limits of that application and include really the whole block if we're able to do so. We've been in active discussions with the property owner for 89 Catherine Street, which is another remnant parcel on Catherine Street, looking at opportunities to potentially acquire that piece as well to allow for the more fulsome, comprehensive redevelopment of that block. I think there's more flexibility for us with design considerations, and also just to have a more fulsome development in downtown Hamilton. So for us, it's been prudent to pursue that. We're continuing to do so. That's what's caused a little bit of delay in us making progress with our application. And as mentioned earlier, this site was listed on the city's heritage register. We went through a process as well to remove it from the heritage register, demonstrate that there's no significant heritage value. And so as we're continuing to make progress, we want to pick up on that application review and continue to push that through. And we have every intention of building a really great development here when the time is right to do so.
Thank you. And final question as a supplementary chair is, so as far as I understand it, you've not issued an application currently that includes this site. You've been delayed. You have intention to do, however, horizon line of when you're intending to bring that site plan application forward that includes this property?
Sorry, and through the chair, just to clarify, with respect to our timelines? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, as soon as we're able to move forward, we would like to make progress on our application by way of a resubmission. As I mentioned, we are still actively pursuing opportunities to acquire other remnant parcels within this block. So, that has been a bit of a process on our end, but something that we're continuing to pursue. So, dependent on that, I think there's opportunity for us to make a resubmission, make progress on our application, provided that, we're able to move forward in a fashion that makes sense for us here. But yeah, we have every intention of making progress there.
Okay, so to clarify, I did not hear a timeline with a date, so you don't have like a projection of a year out, 2 years out, understanding the scope of the development that you're aiming to develop here.
Yeah, and through the chair, just to clarify, I believe that it's still going to take some time to secure our approvals with the city as we work through that process. We've made one submission. It'll likely be two or three submissions, I would think, until we're able to proceed with the building permit. But to that point, there's no specific timeline. It's kind of contingent on our ability to acquire some of these other remnant parcels within the block. If we're successful doing that, if we're not successful doing that, then we will be moving forward with our site plan application more imminently, I would say.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the clarity.
Up now is Councillor Kassar and followed by Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Kassar, please.
My questions have been asked and answered. Thanks.
Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. I understand how timelines work and the potential competing goods, a residency versus the provision of housing. And it appears that one of those goods is not achievable by the admission of the developer in terms of it remaining vacant. So my question, given our housing situation, our concern to provide housing units, is how 230 tower buildings, how many units, how many living units does that will be reflected in your proposal if you have given that some thought? And what's the breakdown in terms of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom places? That's my question.
Yeah, through the chair, and to answer the councillor's question, I believe that our development application, without including 85 Catherine Street or any other remnant parcels within the block, it will be accommodating approximately 700 units. And those are all purpose-built rental units. We're a purpose-built rental developer, and our plan is to develop these as a rental building, mixed-use rental building. I believe that our mix of units, although subject to change, according to market conditions, is a good mix of 1-bed, 2-bed, 3-bedroom units, likely around 50% 1-bedroom, 20-30% 2-bedroom, and the balance being 3-bedroom units. But like I said, we're looking at and keeping our eye on market conditions within downtown Hamilton, and that's constantly changing and evolving. So we're paying attention to that, recognizing that our submission was a few years ago. We will be likely amending our submission to more accurately reflect what the current market demand might be, which could very well be more family-sized units.
Thank you. So the total number of housing units would be a variety of size, but would be 700 units?
That's correct.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And I just want to get this clear. I'm a little bit dumbfounded here. We want a permit to demolish one house, 85 Catherine Street North, to intensify later on to create all these 700 units. And I don't understand why the staff would deny that when they just go and look on the outside. They don't even go inside where the owner knows that it's been sitting empty and it's not safe. And there's, the crime that's going on around Hamilton lately, people go into empty buildings, and we're saying, no, you cannot tear it down. I think we need to look, the question is, whether it's going to take 2 years or 4 or 5, your goal is to intensify that area. Am I correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct.
That's right. So I think we need to look at our demolition bylaw again, and I think it would be great because to hold one house does not increase our supply of homes. The way we do that, the way we get more housing is like intensification. It's by taking down houses that are just not livable. And why? You said something that it would cost you money. It would cost, the expenditure would be high to fix this home. Am I correct?
That is correct. It would be significant to invest money into this home to get it to a point where it could be livable.
So why are we increasing money expenditure to a builder who wants to intensify. I don't understand. I think I think we should go to the alternative, and I'm going to ask staff a couple of questions after, if I may. But I want to thank you for coming. I just want to be clear. You wanted a permit to demolish 85 Catherine Street North, right?
That's what we're talking
That's what
about.
we're talking about.
That's
So
9.8.
thank you for coming and sharing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pauls. And thank you to all of our councillors for all of their questions. I do not see any more speakers, so Mr. Freeman and Mr. Flowers, you're welcome to log off and watch the rest of this on YouTube So thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. On
Thank you.
now
You too.
to Danielle Bramer from Valerie Group, respecting demolition permits for 2, 4, 6, 8 McDonald's Lane, 822 Barton Street, and 829 Highway 8. These are items 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5. Danielle is on with us right now, so anytime you're ready, Danielle.
Thank you, Chair. As I'm speaking on items 9.2 through 9.5, may I kindly request an extra minute for my presentation this morning?
I think we can definitely do that, but I want to ask if I need to have a mover and a seconder. Hand vote 2, so can I have Councillor Beattie and Councillor McMeekin and a hand vote for an extra minute? And that's all for it, and that carries. So Danielle, you have an extra minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Thank you, Planning Committee, for your time today. My name is Danielle Bramer. I'm the Development Manager for Valerie Group of Companies, and I'm here today as a representative of the registered property owner to speak to items 9.2 through 9.5 pertaining to the demolition of the dwellings with the municipal addresses 2468 McDonald's Lane, 822 Barton Street, and 829 Highway 8 Stony Creek in Ward 10. I have reviewed the staff reports and do not agree with the recommendation to refuse the demolition permit applications, and are kindly requesting the committee's support and recommendation for the following reasons. On your screen, you will see the subject properties as it stands today, as well as the proposed development concepts. The properties are part of 2 separate development applications. 822 Barton Street is the subject property of the recently filed applications for a zoning bylaw amendment, official plan amendment, and draft plan of subdivision applications. The proposed development consists of 262 units made up of single detached, semi-detached, on-street townhouses and back-to-back units. The McDonald's Lane and Highway 8 properties have a scheduled public information meeting for July 28th, which will precede our forthcoming applications for a zoning bylaw amendment, official plan amendment, and draft plan of subdivision to facilitate the development of 177 units comprised of single detached on-street townhouses and back-to-back units. Just to provide a bit of context, Valerie acquired the first property, 822 Barton Street, in 2015 with the intent to facilitate land assembly for future development. In 2023, the Barton property became vacant through attrition and was left in an uninhabitable state. Accompanied by a sheriff and my colleague entered the house, there was an overwhelming smell of ammonia, so strong that they could only remain in the house for a couple minutes. At that time, the house was flooded and remains that way to date. In 2024, Valerie bought 2468 McDonald's Lane and 829 Highway 8. These properties were acquired in vacant condition without connection to water or hydro services. In the next few slides, I just want to show you what the interiors of the houses look like. This is 822 Barton Street. As the staff's report, considered only for the exterior of the buildings. As you can see, the interior of the homes are completely unsafe, and there's nowhere near an occupiable state in terms of both time and resources. Additionally, the staff reports do not acknowledge that formal consultations have been completed for both the Barton and the McDonald's Lanes properties. It's not reasonable to repair these structures for them to be reoccupied temporarily in light of our planning approvals timelines. These structures need much more than minor renovations and would take at least 6 to 9 months to repair the structure itself to bring it up to today's development engineering standards. And also tenants would need to be displaced once the subdivision approval is granted. And so our practice is to leave a house vacant after the tenant leaves once we start pursuing a redevelopment to avoid any unnecessarily displacement of tenants. Lastly, these applications are in alignment with the intent of the City of Hamilton's demolition control bylaw, which aims to maintain the integrity of residential neighborhoods, prevent the premature loss of dwellings, retain existing dwelling units, and prevent the premature loss of municipal assessment. These homes have been sitting vacant prior to our acquisition and for the Barton Street property for more than a decade. There are no existing units to be lost. By demolishing the deteriorating houses and cleaning up of the properties, we believe it will improve the appearance and integrity of the neighborhood. In conclusion, I guess the dwellings are proposed for demolition are subject sites of 2 development applications. The planning timeline for draft plan approval is estimated at about 4 to 5 months, roughly equal to the time it would take to remediate and repair the structures. Then any tenants would have to be displaced once construction starts. Highway 8 and McDonald's Lane properties were acquired in vacant condition without the connection to water or hydro services, and they're simply not safe to occupy. And the demolition complies with the intent of the City of Demolition Control Bylaw. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to approve our request to issue demolition permits for these properties prior to obtaining final subdivision approval for the redevelopment. And I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Speakers list is open. First up is Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Danielle. Thank you for delegating today on these properties. And as a member of the community, I've watched these properties deteriorate over a period of time. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. You mentioned and you gave full indication of the current state of these and some photographic evidence to support them. I suppose part of the problem is that they may be structurally sound, but other considerations being that they're not appropriate for being inhabited. Did you ever obtain a cost estimate and what it might take to bring these into some state of inhabitability, if that's a word, through the chair?
Through the chair, we have not, since we bought these properties with the intent of the development, it was never really an option to pursue any tenants, if you will. In our opinion, there was no reason just to displace them, 6 months later.
Thank you for that. This is part of the Stony Creek Urban Boundary Expansion known as SCOOBY locally, the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan, which has been an ongoing plan in the community for urban expansion. It's all pre-approved. It's all been on the books for many, many, many years, and I'd look to the bench to sometime perhaps fill in the blanks on how many years we've been working on this proposed development and many adjoining developments in the area. I'm just curious, there was a quick snapshot that came up on the screen earlier with the proposed layout. Approximately how many units, just following along the same vein as a question from Councillor McMeekin earlier, about how many units of mixed various types and built form are we talking about being constructed when we finally do get close to that end goal? Through the chair.
Through the chair, the 2 developments will provide 439 homes in a sweet mixture of single detached, semi-detached on-street townhouses and back-to-back units.
Okay, which I would make note are pretty badly needed in the community. We have a pretty big shortage right now. Lastly, last question, again, going to the map that you showed in the proposed subdivision layout, very quickly kind of popped up on screen. I was trying to look at it through my screen here, my monitor in Chambers. The property at 829, there it is. The property at 829, nope, it's moving all over the place. At 829, that's proposed to be demolished. It's adjacent or neighboring the Pioneer gas station there on the left, kind of sandwiched in between the gas station and McDonald's Lane. But it looks like in the map on the right-hand side, that as part of the realignments and reconstruction of McDonald's Lane, which sadly I understand we're going to lose that name, which is really disappointing because I think it's a cool name. Anyhow, it looks like that house and the other house will have to be demolished anyways to make way for it, it appears, the realigned McDonald's Lane. Is that something that you might be able to confirm, that those houses eventually do have to go to make the new road go through?
Yes, all of the houses will eventually have to go. We have a tenant at 819 Highway 8, they're fine to stay at the moment. They're living there. They're the ones actually who continue to raise issues with the 829, with trespassers and teenage kids breaking in every other weekend. So yeah, all the houses eventually will have to go, but we're just seeking demolition for the ones that are basically falling apart at the moment.
Oh, okay. That's new information to me. Thank you for that. Is there anything you want to elaborate on the trespassing at 829? I know that it's been uninhabited for many, many years, but my office wasn't made aware of anything happening there. But you're hearing from your tenant who's in the property adjoining there at the corner of McDonald's Lane and Highway 8, some activity taking place in that home and potentially others?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. Mostly teenagers. We have to go up and reboard the front entrances and the garage doors quite frequently. And she finds it a nuisance to have to, go outside and take photos of these people and send them to us, in addition to the noise and whatever else they're doing, carrying on.
Okay, Danielle, thank you. No further questions from me. Thank you.
I do not see any more speakers on the speakers list. So thank you very much, Danielle, for your delegation. You're welcome to log off and watch online on YouTube. Next up is 6.4. Nicole from New Horizon Development Group is here to speak about 1290 and 1294 Upper James Street. This is items 9.6 and 9.7. Nicole is here. Come on down to the podium, please.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Nicole Chiminamori, and I'm a development manager and registered professional planner with New Horizon Development Group. We have been retained by KTJ Investments Limited, the owner of the lands at 1290 and 1294 Upper James Street, to obtain demolition permits for the derelict single-family dwellings currently on each of the two lots. So as you can see, 1290 Upper James is shown in the orange bounded property line, and 1294 Upper James is in the blue line. We are requesting that the committee consider and support an alternative to staff's recommendation as noted on page 3 of the report to allow for the chief building officer to authorize issuance of the demolition permits for both properties without an active application and/or building permit for a replacement structure. The owner purchased the vacant dwellings in August of 2024 and have since encountered repeated break-ins, trespassing, theft, and acts of vandalism. So on the screen in front of you, as you can see in the interior and exterior pictures, which I will be sharing, copper pipes and electrical wiring have been stripped, HVAC systems dismantled, and multiple doors and windows have been broken. Due to this ongoing damage, the structures have further deteriorated. There is extensive water damage and mold, and portions of the floor have become hazardous to walk on. While these homes may not be in a state of imminent structural collapse, they are no longer in fair condition and continue to pose safety and liability concerns. Through the application review process, building department staff advised that we would require council approval to permit the demolition permits based on the fact that we do not have a building permit in place for a new structure. By allowing the demolition of these two dwellings, we continue to comply with the intent of the Demolition Control Bylaw 22-101 as follows. Permitting the demolition of these deteriorating dwellings will allow for better integration of these parcels into the evolving mixed-use character of the neighborhood. This action supports long-term planning objectives and enabling future intensification opportunities. Secondly, the existing dwellings are uninhabitable and unsafe for occupancy due to the ongoing vandalism. As a result, the demolition of these buildings will not result in a loss of units and will instead eliminate safety hazards present on these sites. While the staff report recommends denial, we ask the committee to consider these circumstances and allow for demolition, recognizing the exceptional situation the owner is facing. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nicole. Speakers list is open. Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Nicole, I have to first apologize. Your grandfather was a fruit farmer in Stony Creek, probably the best pear grower in all of Ontario. I've been mispronouncing your last name for 45 years. So on behalf of my entire family, please accept the apology, because I know my grandfather also was mispronouncing your grandfather's name. Anyhow.
Not a problem.
Now that we have that clarified. The proposal, I didn't see any reference to kind of what your future or New Horizons' future plans are for the site. Just following along the same questions that have been asked already from some members here. Number one, any cost estimate on the rehabilitation of the homes?
No, we do not have a cost estimate at this time.
Okay. Second question, thank you, through the chair. Services connected, disconnected already? Through you, Chair Wang?
Through the chair, we have completed, I believe, 6 of them. We have one more, which has been working concurrently through this process for the water and sewer disconnection.
And then the last question through the chair being, I'm assuming that a future proposal would see these sites redeveloped. How many units are we talking about potentially coming to this site through future redevelopment?
Through the chair, at this time, we have only been retained by KTJ Investments for the demolition permit. Based on the owner owning the properties next door, we can imagine that in the future he would anticipate redevelopment, and the lands are zoned C7, which is arterial commercial, so that would be for a higher density, more so mixed-use commercial zone, but that has not been identified yet.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to clarify what I've heard, but just like it stated again for the record, that there is no active development application through you?
Through you, Chair, that is correct.
And what date was the property acquired by the current owner? I think you said sometime last summer?
August 2024.
Okay. And then just to be very clear, is there a timeline for any new development, mixed use or otherwise, on this property?
As mentioned, there's no definitive timeline, I can anticipate something happening in the future, but as you know, development approvals do take a substantial amount of time, so it would be far out into the future.
Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Asked and answered. Thank you.
All right, seeing as there are no, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for coming, Nicole. I actually, since it's Ward 8, it's near Ward 7, obviously, and it's on Upper James. And these two properties are on a busy street. And I think beside it is the new Holiday Inn, isn't it?
Yes, I think a couple properties over. That's correct.
And so I think for intensification right there is perfect. But I'm just wondering, does staff ever come to you or to the developer and say, we looked at the outside, it looks bad, but you could fix it, but we want to look on the inside? Have you ever had that conversation with them?
Through you, Chair, we have not been asked for any interior site visits to assess the properties.
Thank you for saying that. But as I look at pictures, none of them are in my ward, but as I look at the picture, I think it's unbelievable. The money spent to fix that, I would think it would be well over 500, 600,000. It's really building from the ground up inside. So I'm just wondering why our bylaw, and I think we're going to ask questions to why our bylaw does not go in and look at the inside and say, no, this got to be torn down for the safety. This is our priority, right?
Yeah. So just wanted to say that that's a great question for staff.
So,
just questions to Nicole.
Okay,
at this
so
point.
I just saying, even though they're empty, both of them are empty, they've been empty almost 2 years, in August will be 2 years. So you ask staff to come and look at them, they just look on the outside, and the answer was they never went inside. I want to be clear.
Through you, Chair, that is correct.
They have not. Okay, I will ask question to staff and about our bylaw then. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Nicole, for coming. And I want to say that the reason I was interested in that and I went there is because I have a lot of people from Ward 8 thinking I'm looking after Ward 8. So I've had so many inquiries, not just about this, other things. So until Councillor Danko's seat is filled, I'm looking after Ward 8, and that's why I went there, and I was shocked at the conditions of the homes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pauls. Thank you, Nicole, for your delegation today. Seeing as there are no others, sorry, Councillor Wilson is on. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I won't try to pronounce your name. So
Chimadori.
Chimadori, thank you. It is a question of staff, but also a question, I think, fairly, because it has been raised of yourself on behalf of the applicant. Is it your understanding that the bylaw requires and enables staff to inspect the interior? Is that the threshold that they use?
Through you, Chair, that is not my understanding. I believe it is just an exterior assessment of the properties.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you, Nicole, for your delegation.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we are now moving on to 6.5, which is Lyndon George from the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center, respecting Class 4 designation of 115 and 121 Van Zitmar, and Lyndon is here. Anytime you're ready, Lyndon.
All right, good morning, committee members, city staff, and those at home today. I believe that a part of our hate mitigation strategy has to be talking about affordability and the affordability crisis and how newcomers in our community are often scapegoated when it comes to hate and the affordability and the ability to find a place to live. Many of you will be familiar with what we've seen in our community outside of Jackson Square, where individuals with mass deportation signs have been out. And I'm here today because I believe affordable housing is a critical part of that conversation. Today, you're talking about development 121 Van Zitmar. And through the chair, I'm asking for a bit of latitude today to have this discussion, because I believe that that building in particular has been in discussions with C and Rail, as noted today by the developer, in the noise mitigation and asking for a Class 4 designation. And you can't go into the north end and not see Jamesville, a development that has been for many years here, dilapidated in our community and is a vital part of our housing stock, our affordable housing stock that we need and that community members are looking for. And so I'm here today to look at this committee report and to call out the relationship to the council's strategic priorities. 121 Vincent Mart, party number 2 says safe and thriving neighborhoods, increasing the supply of affordable and supportive housing and reduce chronic homelessness. And I believe that if this particular development is going forward, we should be having a conversation also about Jamesville and what this committee can do in order to advance that development in the north end. We have been asking questions. I think our Ward 2 councillor is doing as much as he can in order to have this conversation in a public way, but these negotiations are ongoing and there's limited information to the community. And so I believe there's an opportunity here to say what has been done here at 121, what are we doing around Jamesville North, and can we start to look at what a community consultation process would look like for a ministerial zoning order. I know I've gone a little bit off from what today's meeting is about, particularly this development, but I think it's critical for us to have that on the agenda here today, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you for your delegation. Speakers list is open if there's any other speakers that would like to speak to this. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to thank Mr. George for coming here and for speaking to a planning matter, which is really at the essence of what planning should be about in this neighborhood. And these conversations about moving away from a segregated city based on income, moving away from or moving towards a conversation about planning which brings in affordability in all neighborhoods. I think, and referencing straight on some of the ignorance and the hate that instills and infuses some of the conversations as seen at that corner of Jackson Square. So I hope you won't be a stranger to this conversation. I cannot, and I don't think I am the authority to speak to the status of Jamesville. In terms of daylighting what we can say, I think those statements have been made, but I hear you. And I know it is a source of frustration. And I guess in my opinion, please know that the city, the Ward 2 councillor, the mayor, and City Housing Hamilton are doing all that they can in order to advance that important development. Thank you.
Okay, so, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you for your delegation. Delegate George, I think Councillor Wilson pretty much summed it up, but wanted to reemphasize that City Housing Hamilton is absolutely doing everything we can with the municipality as our partner to pursue and advance the work that's needed at Jamesville to actualize the affordable housing units and mixed income community that we as council have already approved. So again, appreciating you coming in and linking these connection points that are so true for so many of our residents and the desire for so many Hamiltonians to have safe homes in every neighborhood that is both affordable and dignified, as well as, supporting the diversification of our community. Thank you.
All right, seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you very much for your delegation, Mr. George.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will need a mover and a seconder to receive all of the delegations, please. Councillor Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson. And this is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? And that looks like everyone, so it's carried. We are now moving on to items for information. First is 7.1 is the ARAC 25-002 Agriculture and Rural Affairs Subcommittee minutes. Mover and a seconder to receive this item, please. Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there any discussion on item 7.1? All right, seeing as there are no discussions, this is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? And that looks like I think Counselor Beatty said yes. Yes. So that looks like everyone. That is carried. Awesome. Let's move on to, we are now on to item 9. All of the things in items for consideration. So let's start with 9.1, which is PED 25055, updates to public notice requirements for planning act applications. We do have Jennifer Hahn that's here. So do we want to see the staff presentation? Yes, please. Jennifer, if you're able to come on down.
So good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Committee, staff and members of the public. My name is Jennifer Hahn, and I'm a business facilitator with the Planning Division. And the report and its recommendations before you today relate to the updates to the public notice requirements for Planning Act applications. The report focuses on zoning bylaw amendment, official plan amendment, draft plan of subdivision, and vacant land condominium applications. Aside from recommendation number 5, which relates to the Canada Post mail service disruptions, the report does not deal with Committee of Adjustment or urban boundary expansion applications, as each has their own set of legislative and or approved, council-approved requirements. The purpose of this project was to undertake a review of the Planning Division's current public notice requirements, which includes the public notice sign, the mailed letters for notice of complete application and public meeting, and the circulation radius. The project also included a best practice review of surrounding municipalities and makes recommendations to improve the division's public notification and circulation processes related to Planning Act applications. The Planning Act and its associated regulations sets out ways in which the municipality, at a minimum, must notify the public, specified persons, and public bodies. Notice of complete application and public meeting are to be given in one of 3 ways. By mail to every owner of land within 120 meters of the subject land and by posting a sign on the property, by publishing a notice in the newspaper, or where a local newspaper does not exist, by posting on the website of a local municipality. The Planning Division utilizes the first option, which is the mail-out and public notice sign. The last item deals with formalizing a division policy for how public notice will be given in the event of a Canada Post mail service disruption. Depending on the service disruption level, notice will be provided by publishing in the local newspaper. Starting with a review of the current state of the public notice sign, this slide contains a visual of the existing signage. The sign contains a significant amount of text. Small font size is used. The language is often technical in nature. It lacks color and a visual representation of the proposal. The vertical orientation and mounting specifications results in a sign that is not at eye level. Other observations included inconsistent placement on the property. The sign updates are not always done in a professional manner, and the signage is not removed after a decision is made. Currently, our information for sign posting requirements is contained in several different documents, which may be the result of these inconsistencies. Similarly, staff undertook a review of the mailed notices. This slide shows an image of the current current notice of public meeting. Similar to the signage, we're seeing a significant amount of text and technical language used. And there is currently no digital copy of the notice posted to the website. Moving on to the proposed updates. This slide shows an image of the redesigned public notice signage. Staff worked with the city's graphics team to redesign the public notice sign to create a more modern, informative, eye-catching sign that uses plain language. The new sign template incorporates color, larger font size, less text. We'll insert a 3D massing image of the proposed development to provide that visual context, and there'll be a link to the city's website. Similarly, the public notice letters were redesigned with an aim to be more relatable and understandable to the public. This slide shows an image of the updated notice. It's been redesigned to have a unified appearance with the public notice sign using similar phrases, headers, and icons. The letter has been broken down into 4 main sections. The first provides the application details. The second contains a series of prompts or questions under the header, learn more, share your thoughts, stay involved. The third contains a simplified timeline of the application process. And the fourth contains all of the legislative information required by the Planning Act. In addition, instructions related to the accessibility accommodations has also been added. So these notices, it's proposed that we will add them to the city's news and notice webpage, which will improve the public's access to information in digital format. Staff also looked at the circulation radius for the mailed notices. The city currently uses the 120-meter circulation radius. However, there are instances when the ward councillor has requested that an increased circulation radius be used. This table summarizes the best practice review and demonstrates that a number of other municipalities are using alternate circulation radiuses, anywhere from 125 meters up to 300 meters. And after a review of the range of circulation radius options, staff are proposing to increase the circulation radius to 240 meters. 240 meters was chosen as it is generally in line with the expanded radius being requested by ward councillors. It's commonly used in other municipalities, and it represents a distance that doesn't excessively increase the number of letters being mailed out, creating undue cost implications. Staff undertook an analysis to determine the cost implications for increasing the radius to 240 meters. This table shows a simplified version of tables 1 and 4 from the staff report. Staff looked at all planning applications submitted in 2024, broken down by application type, and compared the number of circulations mailed out under 120-meter radius against the projected 240-meter radius. Doubling the circulation radius results in an average 106 to 153% increase in the number of circulations being mailed to property owners. The cost to mail the notices at 120 meters and the proposed 240 meters was also compared. The last row of the table shows the average cost increase per application type. Staff are proposing to increase the application fees by the average amounts to cover the cost of the increased circ. The proposed recommendations are consistent with the provincial planning statement and the city's official plan policies. The report recommendations aim to improve the public's access to and improvement in the planning application process to ensure that city's public notification practices comply with the Planning Act and city's customer service standards. This aligns with Council's strategic priority to be responsive and transparent. Following Council's decision, staff are proposing to implement the changes starting July 1st. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Jennifer. So speakers list is open. We have Councillor Nan first, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson. So Councillor Nan, can we pull down the presentation, Sal? Sal needs 1 second to pull down the presentation. There we go. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just want to say thank you. It was, the presentation really does enable the public to see the visual differences in terms of the feedback as well as the considerations that staff have taken into account to ensure that our signage and our communication as a municipality isn't part of the barrier that prevents residents from engaging the process. It's so important that our neighborhoods are aware of what is coming in their community, and more importantly, understand their democratic capacity and also opportunities to participate in the process. I just want to say congratulations and thank you to the staff. I think the recommended changes to the sign are going to have a significant impact visually, and I anticipate more residents will be able to see them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you through the chair. Just echoing those remarks of gratitude. This is really nice to see a more accessible and visually appealing signage for folks to be able to understand what may or may not be coming to their neighborhood. Thank you for the work. I just want to make sure I fully understand the scope of this, and I am in part looking at the report and not really the presentation. But if the municipality is kind of on a timeline that has been set out by the province, that could, it does have a clock in terms of how it has to consider the application. I'd like you to, if you could, respond to this submission that by the time we get to the statutory meeting, which is set out on the board, there's not a lot of time to affect that submission if we need to meet those provincial requirements. I'm wondering if you could comment on that and whether you think the other parts of your proposal would really underscore the ability and the capacity for folks to understand, to get involved early and often. Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, the timelines for providing notice were amended previously through another staff report. But I think the changes here, we will continue to identify the target public meeting up front, so that would be posted on the sign early in the process. And in addition, adding the notices to the website will also provide notification to property owners. They can subscribe through the news and notice, so they, as soon as the notice is posted, they would be notified.
Through the chair to the councillor, perhaps I can add to what Ms. Hahn said. Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. So as Ms. Hahn said, part of the process changes that we made back with Bill 109, which was the fee refund changes, was that through the sign posting and the notice of complete application, those are sort of the first points of consultation on an application. Right at the beginning of the application, we included the statutory public meeting date at that time. Previously, it would come at a later date so that the public and community could be well aware of what the targeted statutory public meeting date was. And through those first 2 points of contact, we would be asking for feedback. And so there is time for a member of the public to review the application and provide comment. It is shortened with the Planning Act timelines, but it gives members of the public the opportunity to speak to staff, to review the application, and to provide feedback. And then that feedback is assessed by staff in the preparation of the staff report. There are summaries contained within our reports and an analysis of comments received. So while the timelines are shortened, we've ensured that we are making the public aware as early as possible upfront of the application. And as Ms. Hahn had said, also pivoting towards using our website as a way to share information. And further to that, once we implement our new planning, permitting, and licensing software, which will be available, it'll be a portal that will be available to members of the public to be able to better view the status of the application and ultimately information that's been submitted with that application. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, that sounds very promising. My concern is just upholding the trust and confidence, and I would submit that for too long we've given the impression that someone can show up at a statutory meeting and submit that they don't support the application and find it difficult to understand why a committee has to or should abide by professional planning advice, knowing that full well it would be very hard to fight it at the OMB. So I think the more we try and make that information accessible and available as early as possible to ensure that it's not theater, that it's real, is really important. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. And just a clarification, OMB is really the OLT. Okay, Ontario Land Tribunal. We throw around a lot of acronyms, so I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on that one. All right, and up now is Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Very appreciative for the update. Been in other municipalities and seen for a number of years the evolution of particularly the public notice sign, and kind of wondered what was taking so long in Hamilton for us to come into a redesign that was more accessible and offered more ease of use to members of the public. Our signs are kind of archaic by comparison, so it's appreciated to see this refresh come forward. On the sign issue, though, and maybe this is just a suggestion, I'll pose it as a question. I've seen other versions in other municipalities using a QR code, and I don't see one posted on your design, but I would imagine that this would allow residents pretty much instantaneous access to the planning files. If they're standing there, they can bring it up on their digital device. Has there been any contemplation of such an addition to offer that kind of an enhancement through the chair?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, this is something that we did consider, and also something that we heard from our consultation with the Development Industry Liaison Group. The thing with QR codes is you can't control them. So on something that's posted on a property that's not monitored, there could be some risks associated with posting the code and somebody putting a sticker over it, redirecting to a different website. So I think it's something that we have considered and will continue. It's just not part of this first step. So we'll take that. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay. Disappointing that we can't get there, but perhaps in the future iterations that would be a consideration. A second question through you, Chair Wang. The notice distribution, the hand-delivered notices that go to residents, very appreciative of the 240 radius. It's something that I've been routinely asking for in my community ever since we had a development application come forward in Ward 10, where literally the 120 meter radius yielded 0 homes hit, just due to the configuration of the community in terms of formerly rural communities transitioning into suburban and urban communities, which I think that this addresses. The reference was made in your presentation in terms of some costs associated with the radius expansion. I'm wondering if you could delve into it a little more, just briefly. I'm thinking back to my experiences with proponents who have come forward, and I've asked for that enhancement, and they've obliged, almost all of them, and thank you to them for that. But it's my experience that it's usually the proponent is more often than not hand delivering these notices in the community as opposed to using Canada Post. But in that same vein, who is actually in this proposal delivering those notices? Is it now going to be the city? Is it going to be the proponent? Some hybrid of the two? I'm just trying to understand what we're doing now as opposed to what this may entail in the future.
Through the chair to the councillor, this proposal is, I'm proposing to update both the terms of reference that the applicant would follow for their public consultation, as well as the city's statutory requirements. So I'll first speak to the city's requirements. That is done by Canada Post mail delivery. And the applicant, I guess they could choose various methods to how they deliver their letters.
Okay, so the flexibility is still there, that the proponents might still choose to hand deliver personally to the doorstep of every resident in the area. If they so choose, there's no mandating of using a particular format.
Through the chair, no, there's no mandating.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. On to Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. The letter from Anthony Salami from the West End Home Builders Association, there's a quote I don't really understand. It says, and I'll read it, "We appreciate the previous concern of the industry communicated earlier this year through DILG." Still, I don't know what that means. "And to the staff that have been addressed regarding the use of 3D massing image instead of a detailed rendering, alongside a disclaimer that the rendering indicates that the applicant proposal are submitted and may change." Can you explain that? I just want to understand what the developer is trying to say here. And what does DILG?
Through the chair to the councillor, DILG is the Development Industry Liaison Group.
Okay.
And earlier this year, we consulted with them on these proposed changes. Initially, we were proposing to include a rendering of the proposed development, so an artist rendering. The industry raised some concerns that through the application process, their proposal could change and that the rendering may not be accurate by the time it got to planning committee. So we took their advisement to use a 3D massing image instead.
Okay, so you went along what their concerns were then, right?
Through the chair, yes.
And so the 3D massing image, what is it, like on paper, like that could be changed?
If I could show my presentation or in Appendix B.
Yeah, I just.
Figure 1.
Okay, yes.
It's also in the presentation
Yeah,
slide deck under slide 6.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you had conversation with them, because as I read the letter, we all know how right now, housing and everything is expensive, everything costs more, so this would have been an added cost, and so thank you for answering that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So for the implementation plan, which was on slide, I think, 11, slide 10 of 11, it was continue to improve digital information available to the public. So as you've already noted, there are no digital copies of these notifications. And so you did say that you're going to put them on the news and notices section of the website. Did I hear that correctly?
To the chair, yes, that's correct.
Is there an opportunity to potentially look at other places in the website? Because sometimes people don't immediately think to go to the news and notices. Perhaps there's an opportunity to rejig how we enable more accessibility of these documents through some of our construction pages or anything like that. Has that been considered at all?
Through the chair, yes, we have considered it, and I think as Ms. Fayback mentioned, with the new system that's coming on board, hopefully that will provide additional resources to the public and access digital information.
Okay. And then my last question is, how do we want to continue to monitor these public notices? Because you did mention to Councillor Beatty that there could be tampering on these public notices. Somebody could put a sticker on top of it. So what is our cadence in terms of how we actually check up on the validity of the information that's being presented to the public? Is there a process currently, is my question now.
Through the chair, I don't believe so.
Through the chair. So the current process would be that the applicant would be taking a picture and providing the information, and then the applicant is responsible for making sure that the information on the sign is kept updated.
Introduce yourself.
Sorry. My name is Jamila Sheffield. I'm the coordinator for the business facilitation team.
Hi, Jamila.
Sorry.
Wow. Okay. Hi. All right. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. I have no more questions. If there's any more questions from committee. Seeing none, thank you so much, Jennifer, for your presentation. I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this staff presentation, please. Councillor Kassar and Councillor McMeekin. This is a hand vote, so may I have your hand vote, please? And that looks like everyone. I'm also counting Jeff's glasses as his. Okay, perfect. And we are now moving on to ask for the mover and a seconder to receive the written submission, please. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Pauls, also a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? That looks like everyone, so that's carried. Now, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in this report? Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Nan. Any discussion on said item, please? Leaving it open for dramatic effect. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Sorry, my apologies, Chair. On the report?
Yes.
Okay. Just seeking clarification now. I noticed a more significant presence of planning notices in the Hamilton Spectator and also Committee of Adjustment notices. Are those presently paid for by the applicants or are they paid for by the municipality through the chair?
I think Jamila is going to answer. Or Director Del Bello.
Reno Del Bello, Acting Director of Development Planning, through the chair to the councillor. The advertisement is in the Spectator due to the potential strike that was happening with Canada Post. We were cautiously putting advertisements in the Spectator and mailing them out through Canada Post, making sure that we captured that if there was a strike, that the residents would be captured through that. The payment is through the payment of the initial Spectator is paid through by the city through the normal circulation that we have. So it's paid for by the city through that process and the advertising in the Spectator through the fee applications.
Councillor?
Sorry, just to clarify, it's part of their fee application? So
Yes, it is paid through the fee application.
So it's paid for by the
applicant.
The applicant, not the municipality?
No,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Any other speakers on this report? I just have a clarifying question. So I know that Ms. Hahn had made mention of the Canada Post strike. So I wonder if somebody could actually just be a little more clear as to what happens in case of a Canada Post strike. Just how do we do that work? Mr. Del Bello.
Through the chair to the chair. If there is a Canada Post strike, we advertise in the Spectator. That's basically, we see the anticipation coming forward. We make sure we monitor the news, making sure when the strike will happen, and then we advertise in the Spectator. Cautiously, we've been doing that now because we don't know when that strike date may occur. So we've just been cautiously doing that since, I believe, since April of this year.
Thank you. I have no other questions. I just wanted that clear on the public record that that's what we did. Okay, seeing as we do have a mover and a seconder for the report, may I have your vote electronically to approve the recommendations within this report? Vote is up. Waiting on Councillor Taddison. Got it, okay. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to a giant portion of our agenda, which is a ton of demolition permits. So what I've asked is Clerk Kelsey to group them all together by ward. So we're going to start with 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. So these are the demolition permits for 2, 6, 822, 2 McDonald's Lane, 6 McDonald's Lane, 822 Barton Street, and 829 Highway 8, all in Ward 10. So I am going to ask for a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations, which is to deny the demolition permits. So Councillor Beatty
Hang on.
and
I would like to move the alternative, so I don't know the procedure in order to do that properly.
we'll do it one by one. Okay, all right. So we'll start with PED 25058, which is demolition permit 2 McDonald's Lane So do I need to have a mover and a seconder for every single one of them to actually at least put them on the floor, Clerk Kelsey?
Can I ask just which item is it you're looking to move the alternative for?
Through your chair, I'd be asking to move the alternative on 25058, 25059, 25060, 25061.
So the whole,
The
all
whole
of the
block
Ward
of
10.
McDonald Lane, Highway 8, and Barton Street. Through your chair.
So would it make sense just to still group them together, but then ask for a mover and a seconder to at least put it on the floor? Or do we have to do it with talking about approving the recommendations, which is again to deny? So having a different mover and a seconder, having that conversation, and then seeing where Councillor Beattie wants to take this?
My gut is telling me that it's going to be better to do it just item by item.
All right, so again, I do need a mover and a seconder to at least put 25058, which is 9.2, on the floor, please. So Councillor Francis and Councillor Pauls. So I'd like to open the speaker's floor for any discussion on 9.2 only. And Councillor Beattie.
Thank you.
Wait, so hold on. Sorry, is Councillor M. Wilson from this one or for the, sorry, then I'll start with Councillor Maureen Wilson before we go to Councillor Beattie. Oh, okay. Okay, so Councillor Beattie first, then Councillor Maureen Wilson. Very sorry, I haven't been checking that, so.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. My comments will be the same for all of the applications here. I think we've seen the pictorial evidence. We have also seen that things are moving quickly in terms of, well, quickly is a relative term. We are years behind schedule in terms of getting some of these Stony Creek urban boundary expansion projects on track. This, in my view, helps to expedite that. This is badly needed housing stock that will come as a result shortly after. We've already got the public meeting, neighborhood meeting planned and in the can to start this process. These lands are adjacent to several other properties that have already come forward and will come forward to fill out the Fruitland-Winona area with, again, as I stated, badly needed entry-level housing stock in formats that people are looking to purchase. The properties have been disconnected from services for a period of time, and I can attest to the fact, as I drive past them nearly every day, that they have been deteriorating for a number of years. We've heard that trespassing and vandalism is currently a problem. I was not aware of that, but I'm thankful that that was circulated as an issue. It's causing a disruption in the community, and I don't see the value in retaining the homes strictly based on an engineering assessment that says structurally, yes, they are sound, but as we have seen, the interiors are not inhabitable and not in any way, shape, or form in a cost-effective manner to fix up a home that's going to be demolished probably within a year or two anyways. So I'd like to ask for support to deny the application or deny the recommendation, and then I'd have an opportunity to move the alternative.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Before going to the specifics of this particular matter, I heard some things being said in general that might inform certainly my approach and decision per each applicant. And I would like to, through you, Chair, just seek some clarification on demolition permits in general before moving to the specifics. Thank you for the latitude. So before I can state the obvious, I don't think anybody would put a thumbs up. Let's have a boarded up residential property in any neighborhood. I don't think that's an attractive thing to have, but I'm assuming that we have a demolition bylaw for other reasons. So to those other reasons, and my second general statement is, I think most of us through our votes clearly are on side with trying to get housing on the market. And more specifically, most of us are clearly on side for trying to get intensification in our neighborhoods. If I could, through you, clearly seeking articulation from staff, does the demolition permit require or necessitate staff to do an internal inspection of the vacant property or not vacant property? Because I'm uneasy with the suggestion that maybe staff weren't doing their job. And I think we need clarity on the scope of authority that they enjoy under the bylaw, through the chair.
Chief Building Official, please.
Rob Lally, Director of Building, Chief Building Official. Currently, our practice is that we would do a visual inspection, a walk around of the building, vacant or not, of the exterior of the building to determine the structural adequacy of the building. If at that time we have any concerns or questions, we would ask the applicant to provide us a structural assessment report of the building, and at that time they would retain a professional to investigate the interior.
Thank you. So specific to this application, has that request been triggered to do that step of internal, through the chair?
Through the chair, at this time, that request was not made of the applicant, as it was determined that the house was structurally adequate from the exterior.
Okay, thank you. In terms of demolition, the demolition permit bylaw requirements, I think the suggestion has been made generally that they are frustrating the municipality's capacity to consider a planning application and to achieve housing. And I would appreciate some feedback from staff on, does this requirement frustrate a developer's opportunity to submit their planning application?
I think GM Robichaux has been eyeballed.
Steve Robichaux, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department. Short answer is no. The demolition permit would normally be following or part of demolition permit, then building permit. So it's at the end of the process, whereas at the beginning of the process would be whether they're at a site plan or a rezoning stage and moving through the development approvals. And then once they secure those demolition or those development approvals, they can, under the bylaw, proceed to apply for those demolition permits. And if it meets the criteria outlined in the demolition control bylaw, the chief building official has the authority to issue the demolition permit. What we have here is a series of requests for demolition permits that do not meet the criteria under the bylaw, and that is why staff have recommended denial and brought the applications here for committee's consideration. It's not that, it is purely for that reason. Under the delegated authority, the CBO does not have the authority to issue the demolition permit without imposing certain conditions. The applicants are not agreeable to those conditions, and that is why they requested that it come forward to committee so that committee can consider approving or denying their request for a demolition permit. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's an important general statement to make, that there's nothing in these requirements, by the sounds of it, that is upending, frustrating, delaying an applicant from proceeding through the necessary steps in order to get to development. My last question maybe is just trying to understand, why do we have these requirements? In that, what are we seeking to avoid in terms of the public interest? I'm submitting that it's not, we're trying to inject, Chair, some tension into the system so that we get the development, so that we're not sitting on vacant property until market conditions change. I'm not sure, through the chair. What public good are we trying to uphold? Because again, no one wants boarded up houses in their neighborhood.
There's a lot of back and forth looking on the bench here, Councillor West.
Through you, Madam Chairman. the ward councillor is correct. The intent of the bylaw is to avoid the premature demolition of residential buildings. It can happen under a variety of circumstances, so it's whether it's quote unquote that they're blockbusting in terms of that they're demolishing buildings and it sort of forces people out of their neighborhood. That was sort of the classic reason why demolition control was enacted in the first place. As we know, it's important that we maintain as much housing stock as possible when you're trying to provide additional housing opportunities. Those opportunities then get offset when you're losing housing stock considerations. So, and those are the primary reasons why a demolition control bylaw was enacted by the City of Hamilton. It was just maintaining that housing stock until it can be demolished. As I've indicated previously, part of the issue is the transition. In many cases, these properties have been left to deteriorate. So when the developer purchased the property, it's not in a habitable condition, and they're not prepared to make that investment in to restore that building to a habitable condition. The utilities may or may not have been disconnected. So it is sort of the purchaser, the developer has inherited a bad situation. And because of their plans are to develop it for a different use, they're not prepared to make that investment in the dwelling to bring it back to a habitable condition. And then that's why we end up with the situation where we have today, where there's a series of single detached dwellings where they have declined over time. They become a nuisance to the neighborhood because they're boarded up or they're not being lived in, which is always the worst case scenario. Utilities have been disconnected, so it's further deterioration of the dwelling. But because of the way that the development control bylaw is currently worded, it removes any discretion from the chief building official to deal with this situation. On a sort of related note, because of there's been the multitude of these requests coming forward, and in fact that the current development control bylaw was enacted in response to a situation in sort of downtown Ancaster during the COVID pandemic time, the CBO has been looking at changes to the bylaw and the need to come forward with amendments so that we could provide some flexibility in the situation. So for example, if you have a single detached dwelling on a piece of property that is zoned for industrial purposes, the applicant, has indicated they are trying to bring it forward for an industrial development, then there may be merit in certain circumstances to authorize the CBO to proceed with the demolition permit issuance in those cases, which is different than if you have somebody seeking to demolish a single detached dwelling in the middle of a residential neighborhood with no plans to rebuild that single detached dwelling on a residential street. That, I think, is the primary situation where the bylaw was intended to address, not to cause barriers in terms of advancing industrial or commercial development across the City of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm over my time. I have two more questions if I could come back on, if they're not asked. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Kassar is up next, please.
Thanks, Chair. The delegate for the series of items that indicated that the application process was fairly far along and it sounded imminent. My question through you to staff is, what is the status of that development application?
Okay. Director Del Bello, please.
In regards to the McDonald Lane.
Yes.
McDonald Lane, Barton Street, Highway 8, we have received the submission in late of May of 2025. It is not a complete submission. The applicant has indicated to us, to staff, that they are preparing a submission for either this week or next week for a full submission.
Okay, so not a complete application yet. That's not what I understood from the delegate, but okay, that's helpful. And I guess just a statement is these decisions before us today are completely separate from the merits of the actual development that's to happen in the future. What we heard today is there's some potentially excellent development, there's some that don't have any applications, and there's some that are in the process. So, just make sure we all understand. That's not what we're evaluating today. It's not the what, but it's the when for the demolition, because demolition would be required, I think, in all these instances, and that would be part of the process that I think we would all be supportive of. So it's just a matter of the when, and I think, I have some different opinions on each of these applications, but I think that's what we need to be considering. Is it the right time for the demolition, knowing that we do need housing, and we are in this transition, I've commented on this before, where there's homes that have been derelict for a number of years. And as we sort of transition to taking a closer look at this, some of those have already been in that state. But we, I think, want to be incenting that homes do remain available to live in until such time as the next stage of development happens. And it's unfortunate that we continue to be in this uncomfortable space, but thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Kassar. Are there any other first-time speakers? Oh, Councilor Pauls, please.
Thank you. I just, through the chair, want to ask staff a few questions about the bylaw. How many demolition requests do we receive yearly?
CBO Lally, please.
Through the chair, Rob Lally, Director of Building Division. I would have to get back to you on that information.
And also, I wanted to know how many are denied? Like, how many did we receive even today, and how many have you denied?
Through the chair, I would say we're denying probably 95% of them. It's a pretty high test for the home to be structurally inadequate, in imminent danger of collapse, if I can use that sentence, without us being knowledgeable about it. You know, without the application. We don't wait for a house to be falling down and then wait for a demolition application to act on it. We would have acted on it on our own.
I'm just, we're talking about housing stock. I was wondering, how much of the housing stock, what percentage of the housing stock are we providing by not demolishing these? Like, I'm a little bit not understanding this. We're making the developer spend money on homes that really would cost at least, in my opinion, probably $400,000 or $500,000 to fix. And then in the future, maybe 3-4 years down the road, they have to tear it down for the housing stock. I just want to ask you, what percentage would it be as a housing stock back to the market? Because as I read, the alternative, our plan is, it says, okay, reduce the burden of residential taxpayer, safe and thriving neighborhoods, increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing to reduce chronic homelessness. Is that how we do chronic homelessness? Is that how we reduce it? By making sure these homes that are vacant, that are falling apart, each picture, and I'm not talking just about Ward 10 here, I'm talking about all of them. Every picture I saw, I would not fix. So are we solving the problem?
I'm not sure who are we directing this question to, so I'll ask GM Robichaud to give it a shot.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe I was just trying to clarify. The demolition control bylaw delegates the authority to the chief building official to issue a demolition permit if certain criteria have been met. One of those is if you're demolishing a single detached dwelling, you build a new single detached dwelling, or you enter into an agreement to build that new single detached dwelling. The applicants are not willing to agree to that condition, and that is why the applications are here before committee to make a determination. It's simply that the CBO does not have the authority, whether or not we agree that the dwelling should come down based on the ultimate development plans for the property. It's under the bylaw, the CBO does not have the authority to issue the permit. My comment was part of the rationale, or what thinking was, why the city has a demolition control bylaw is to maintain the existing housing stock from premature demolition. Whether that dwelling is rented out at above or below market rate, that's a private transaction between the landowner and the tenant. We don't necessarily control that. And that's all I was saying in my comment. It is not part of the city's affordable housing strategy. It is simply part of our strategy to avoid the premature demolition of housing, because in the past there have been circumstances across Ontario where developers have emptied out, decanted the dwellings, they demolish them, and then you end up with neighborhoods that are predominantly vacant. And we've seen that occur. So that was why the city enacted a demolition control bylaw in the first place. We're not saying that that's what we're doing here in this situation. We're just saying that for all of these applications, for various reasons, the applicant has not demonstrated that the building must come down from a structural engineering perspective. And because they don't meet the criteria under the demolition control bylaw, staff had no choice but to bring the application forward with the recommendation. Thank you.
Can I ask, this is a new bylaw we just put in, right? Last term, did we have the same bylaw, or is it altered now?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the city's had a demolition control bylaw for as long as I can remember. It was updated during the COVID pandemic, I believe 2021 or 2022. And that was in response to the demolition of a commercial building that was previously used as a residential dwelling, and it was a heritage structure. It wasn't designated, but it was an important dwelling in the Ancaster Village Core area. And in response to concerns, especially from the heritage community, the city undertook a review of the bylaw and came forward with a series of amendments to address some of the concerns that were expressed by the community. But like I said, it's circa 2021, 2022 was the last update. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I really would like to know how many requests we receive every year and how many are denied. And also, you know, if it was updated to 2022, it's interesting that we have an alternative for each one of them. So we have to decide whether we do it or not. So obviously, you know, the counselor that's interested in this, he wants the alternative. So we have to decide. So I just don't get it clearly why we see homes that are falling apart that the builder in the future is going to intensify to bring home to the market, and we say, no, you have to spend all this money, build it up, and then you rent it so that the homeless, that the people that need homes can move in. That, to me, I don't understand that, and I will follow the counselor's alternative, and I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Francis as a first-time speaker, please.
Thanks, Chair Wang. Only this council could take something so simple and complicate it this much. Staff give advice, council makes decisions. If elected officials can't even decide a basic demolition permit, what are we here for? Saying no, just because staff says no, is lazy. And not every case fits the rules perfectly, and that's exactly why council exists, to make those decisions. We weren't elected to rubber stamp bureaucracy. We were elected to lead. And if council and the community want an eyesore gone that is inevitably going to be demolished, let's just demolish it. It's not that complicated, folks.
On to second-time speakers. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I take exception to some of the suggestions that was just spoken to. I think we have an obligation as public servants to daylight process and to be held accountable. The suggestions were being made earlier that somehow the demolition bylaw is part of the planning process. It is not. If I could ask a question, please, with respect to, again, furthering the discussion about public interest, through the chair to staff, do these particular buildings on McDonald, are they part of the vacant property registry, please, through the chair?
Director Smith, please.
Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. These are identified as vacant buildings. They are unregistered at this time. However, they are receiving quarterly inspections.
Okay, thank you. Could you just help educate me on the implications, cost or otherwise, for that which is registered versus unregistered, through the chair?
Absolutely, through the chair to the councillor. So municipal law enforcement staff have two vacant building officers. They will go and assess a building to determine if it is classified as a vacant building or not. Once they identify, if they identify it as a vacant building, we'll send a vacant building registry package to the property owner requiring the registry of that property as a vacant building. However, once we identify it as a vacant building, regardless if it's registered or not, our staff will conduct quarterly inspections of the property, which consist of property standards and yard maintenance. The costs of those inspections are covered either through the registration of the building as a vacant building, or If it is not registered and those fees have not been paid, our staff charge fees for service for each one of the inspections, plus we'll issue an administrative penalty notice to the property for the non-registration of their property.
Thank you. Could you remind me through the chair if staff are able to, how long they believe the properties have been vacant?
Through the chair, I don't have that information, but I can get it for you.
Thank you. In terms of, thank you, through the chair, the tax implications for the public, is there any if there are, a property has a unit on it in terms of the monies received, if not, for the public purse, or if a building is demolished through the chair? Does it make a difference in terms of assessment through the chair?
Through the chair. So hopefully I'll answer this question appropriately. The costs associated with the work that the municipal law enforcement team conduct are fully cost recovery and are either paid through the registration of the building, or the fees for service which are added are placed on the property's tax roll for recovery purposes.
Thank you. Not sure if anybody can answer the question, though, in terms of the annual property tax that is paid, is it affected by whether there's a unit on the parcel or not?
GM Robichaud?
Through you, Madam Chairman. To the best of my understanding, yes, it's based on the assessed value of the property and the property classification that is assigned to it. So if it's a developed versus an undeveloped property, a developed property will generally have a higher assessed value, and therefore it'll generate more in tax revenue than an undeveloped property, which could be considered a vacant lot. Part of that would be the determination, or MPAC is ultimately responsible for making that determination and how quickly they proceed to do the assessment. But if it stays vacant for a substantial period of time, it is my understanding that it would theoretically generate a lower tax revenue or rate or income for the city, as opposed to a property that contains a single detached dwelling that is occupied, which would be paying at a higher tax rate than a vacant parcel of land. Thank you.
Thank you. My final question is, clearly, my recollection is these properties are not inhabitable. But does a building in that condition still have to pay a vacant unit tax? Through the chair. I'm trying to discern, in terms of my questions as a governor on the public interest, how much money is going to be foregone or not with demolition in advance of meeting the conditions set out.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I would have to follow up with finance to seek clarification under that scenario, because there's different factors at play if it's occupied versus unoccupied, if it's in making that transition towards development, so the state of that building. But we can have that information in advance of the council meeting, or we will follow up with finance staff as soon as planning committee is over and have that information made available as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And further to Councillor Kazar's question, just so I understand, the applicant for this parcel, they haven't completed their application, but it's their intent to do so imminently. Could I just hear that one more time, please, and thank you. And those are my questions.
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct. They have submitted an application. It's not a complete application. There are several items that are missing in that application of requirements, and they indicated to us this week or next week they would be submitting the remainder of those items that are missing for a complete application.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you for the robust conversation around the table. A couple of points that I just want to make in closing. It's my opinion that these applications are not premature. In fact, they are very mature. And I want to be clear that the proponent made note of another building at the corner of McDonald Lane and Highway 8 that they own that is currently occupied. but is also identified as being one that has to be demolished. And I think we'd be having a very, very different conversation around the table if we were talking about that building. And I think that it's a gesture in some way that we're not talking about removing housing stock. In fact, we're talking about demolishing derelict buildings, and that is what the point is. What I can tell you also is that this site is one of nearly 30 interconnected development proposals in the Fruitland-Winona area. You're welcome to come see the whiteboard in my office in Stony Creek. I've got all 35 mapped out on there. I would argue the most of any part of the city of Hamilton. But since the inception of the Stony Creek urban boundary expansion some 14 years ago, these buildings have always been identified as needing to go because McDonald's Lane has to be expanded to accommodate the creation of the 400 new housing units that will happen to the north of Highway 8. It's only accessible through McDonald's Lane. So there's nothing here that's a surprise. In fact, we've been, as a municipality, contemplating this for some 14 years or more. Do they have to come down today? No, they don't. But I would argue, what are we keeping them for? Why would we not allow for the removal of this, these buildings that are not adding any value to the community? In fact, they are a deterrent. They are a negative impact. People have to drive past these eyesores every day. The neighbor has to deal with kids breaking in and vandalizing these properties over and over and over again. I would argue that we do a greater public service by enacting and enabling the demolishing of these buildings than we would by not, and that's my final submission. I'm not going to argue every individual one. I'm kind of posing my arguments for all four. Hopeful that council will deny the recommendation and support me in moving the alternative.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to make a comment on this. So for myself, I have heard a lot of the arguments and a lot of the pros and cons of this. For myself, it is about timing and it is about the amount of strategy that's gone into this. It has been made abundantly clear that these four demolition permits have been in the works for a really long time. There is imminent additional movings of the next step coming in the next week or two. So for me, I plan to support the ward councillor on his request to deny the actual recommendations but move forward with the alternative. That may change because for my decision making, it is about what is the next step. And if there is no next step, then that makes it really hard as a governor for me to facilitate anything differently. But for here, it feels as though there is a next step. So I'd like to support the ward councillor on this. Thank you. Those are all my comments. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks. I've been hesitating to get engaged, but I don't for a minute think I'm the brightest person around this horseshoe. But it seems to me that developers are looking for some clarity. They're looking for, and I think we've had a number of presentations from developers who are trying to change our mindset around how we proceed with housing objectives. And what I heard from, I think, virtually everyone that spoke today is looking for that clarity. I understand the expenses, the competing interests, all of that. But I think unless there's a darn good reason to stand in the way of demolition, and the one on what was it? I think is it Catherine Street? Where the proponent said, "Hey, it's vacant. We have no intention of investing all kinds of loot to make it habitable." It just doesn't make sense to appear to be putting those barriers in the way of people who are looking for clarity, in my humble opinion. So I'm going to support the ward councillor as well.
Okay, seeing as we have no other speakers, I'd like to call to question now. So again, a vote yes is to support the recommendations in the report, which is to deny the permit, or a vote no will be to do the opposite. I just wanted to make that clear to everyone. So we do have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Francis and Councillor Pauls. May I have the vote, please? Vote is up. No is to deny the the staff recommendation, yes. That vote is defeated 2-8. I believe Councillor Beatty would like.
Councillor Beatty's on the motion, or he didn't put it forward, if so,
That's correct. That's what happened. So because the vote was defeated, which means that the staff recommendation has been defeated, we will not be, yes, you voted correctly, yes. Okay. Oh, they both voted yes. Oh, I got it. Sorry about that. So is that? Yeah. So, okay, so why don't we recast the vote, please? Again, on the main motion, not on the alternative. So the main motion, the main was if you voted yes, you are supporting the staff recommendation. But if you voted no, then you are in opposition of it. So let's open up the vote again. Vote is up. And that vote is defeated 0-10. Okay. I think we're all correct now, right? Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd like to move the alternative contained within the report, and I'm trolling for a seconder.
Councillor Pauls will second. So Councillor Beatty is moving for the alternative. Councillor Pauls will second. We have an electronic vote, please. Again, the alternative is to actually move forward with the demolition. Yeah. No, we're still doing them separately. 9.2, just on 9.2. Yes, Pauls will second. Vote is up. And that vote carries 10-0. To try and expedite this, would it make sense for us to try and put 9.3, 9.4, 9.5 together?
I'd also say maybe it'd be just a little cleaner to just move the alternative.
Okay. All right. All right. So, okay, so we're going to bundle 9.3, 9.4, 9.5 together. And Councillor Beatty will be moving the alternative for all three of those. Councillor McMeekin will be seconding. So are we good with moving the alternative? If that's the case, the electronic vote should be coming up very soon. Councillor McMeekin will second. Councillor Beatty will move the alternative. Yes. And the vote is up. Ooh, all right. And that carries 10-0. Okay, let's move on to 9.6 and 9.7. These are, again, for, I've asked the clerk to bundle them because they're both right beside each other and they're both in Ward 8. So I do need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report. And in the recommendations, it is to deny the demolition permit. So mover and a seconder, please. So Councillor Pauls is moving the alternative. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Pauls? Councillor Beatty. And any discussion on 9.6 or 9.7? Counselor Pauls, please.
Like I said, it is not my ward, so I had an interest in it because people are calling me. And I don't know if you know Upper James. There, it's all business. And there's a big new hotel, the Holiday Inn, and just one is empty, and then those two houses that are literally falling apart. I mean, I walked by and I thought, no wonder it attracts kids around there to, mischief. I don't know what they're doing, but fire hazard, homelessness, people were there living. So to me, it's a quarter of business all along. Can you imagine this man that bought this, his intention is to intensify, but he doesn't have the plan. It's been 2 years they've been empty. In August, it'll be 2 years. So like I said, when I went there, I was shocked that even staff could go there and say that it's not going to fall apart right away. It will fall apart later on, but right now, there's no danger. But we have to consider the developer, we have to consider the person that wants to put more houses in our, and maybe it's not housing there or development, I don't know what he wants to do, but I am sure there's going to be a commercial, it is commercial all. So I just wanted to, even though it wasn't my ward, I really took an interest and I found out a few other things, and it's the liability. I know that they probably can't insure those homes, the liability part, and that's what he's concerned, if something happens, So I hope my colleagues would drive up there and see that nobody would want to live there really as a house. You can't even back out, It's right on the main street, Upper James and almost Stone Church. And if anybody drives up there, you'll know why I'm moving the alternative.
Thank you. Counselor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could ask just through staff, we heard from the agent or the delegate, that's it, that there's no active development application and that they were here on behalf of the owner who acquired the property in August of 2024, and they're not familiar with any timeline for development. I'm just wondering if I could have the city staff comment on their knowledge of the property. Thank you.
Director Del Bello, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, at this moment in time, we have no application that has been submitted by the owner or an applicant for any of those two properties.
Are there any other speakers? Counselor Beatty, please.
Thank you. Through you, I would use some of the same argument that I brought forward in the conversation pertaining to the properties on Highway 8, Barton Street and McDonald Lane. If we were talking about homes that had occupants in them, were inhabitable in some way, shape, or form, I wouldn't have even seconded the motion. But I think we've heard from the proponent that the process of disconnecting services is already underway. They've been uninhabitable for the past 2 years. And when we don't have a current application for redevelopment of the site in progress on the books, knowing the location, this is Upper James, we're talking about some of the most coveted developable property in the city. I would argue that it's inevitable that the sites will be redeveloped at some point. So again, the question I propose is, what are we protecting here? What are we saving? And I would be helpful, I think it would be helpful to the community to support the recommendation that's being moved, the alternative.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? Okay, we do have a mover and a seconder. This is to move on the alternative, please. For both 9.6 and 9.7, just so that we're all clear. All right, vote is up. Counselor Chattison? Okay. And that vote is defeated on a 5-5 vote. So we are going back to the existing staff recommendation, and that staff recommendation is to deny the permit. So Counselor Pauls and Counselor Beatty, you are both still the mover and seconder for the staff recommendations. No, that's not it. So if it tied, it defeated, which means we are not moving the alternative. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're still keeping on track. So we're back to the original staff recommendations. Clerk, do I need a new mover and a seconder? I need a new mover and a seconder for this report, please. Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Kassar. And I'd like to call to vote, unless there's any speakers. I don't see any speakers. Then I think that that is. I'm going to take a second to ask staff. Staff, what happens when or if this potentially gets defeated because the alternative was not passed? CBO Lally gets the short straw on this one.
Rob Lally, Director of Building. I would assume that if the vote is tied and denied, we would not issue a demolition permit. So the houses would remain as is, and we would continue to enforce the.
Because it means nothing's been approved.
That's correct. Nothing's been approved. So currently, as the status, if we didn't bring forward a report, we would have denied that application for demolition because it doesn't meet the test of the demolition control bylaw. We would continue to enforce property standards on the property.
Okay. Well, we also do have another. Councillor Nan is on the line. So Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just two comments. One, if we can keep deliberations that are happening in the chambers mic'd and through the appropriate process. Otherwise, those of us who are participating in the due process, we're not privy to the comments that are being made off microphone, and neither is the public. And so from a trust and confidence perspective, I think it's really important that all deliberations are microphoned and available for our residents to hear through WebEx or our YouTube channel. On the report, and I think I'm just going to stick with the trust and confidence theme here. We've heard very clearly from residents that they would like to see more trust and confidence, and I would appreciate the fact that in the previous reports that we moved the alternative, the discussion of imminent development versus concerted effort on the part of the developer who has shown in good faith engaging the process with the municipality and stating in writing to the municipality that they're preparing to resubmit their application, and that has some prudence to it. It also has some documentation to it. It also has some accountability to it. Whereas with this development, it's been made very clear by staff that there's nothing been submitted. And so from that perspective, I'm not interested in breaking the trust and confidence of our residents by not having the due course in place. Should they have applied and should they have had our opportunity to articulate that in writing, that they plan to submit a development application on a very hot development corridor in our municipality, I don't deny that for a second. Then I would consider voting alternatively. However, in this case, I think staff have done appropriate job of denying the application or the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Pauls, please.
When I asked if they had any plans, they do. It's just they haven't done it yet, and they will. So I'm just wondering, the location, it's fabulous to build a high-rise there, corridor, there's everything there, So I think Because, and I asked, I wish you would have done that, but it's been since 2024, right? In August, it's almost been 2 years. And they do have plans to do it. So I just would like as well to look at the homes inside. They're falling apart. You're wanting this gentleman to spend hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s, and when he's ready to look at it, you know, what are we doing here? What are we doing here to our developer, to what our entrepreneurs? What are we doing? You know, this home, these homes, I went there. I challenge every single person here to go and look at it. If he has no liability insurance, if something happens, who's going to pay for those things? So please, consider going there, checking it out, and I would still like to know with staff, how many of these demolition we have a year, and how many do we deny? I would love to know that. And I still would like to know how many of those homes really take care of our housing problem. I'll say it again, that's not how we solved our housing problem. We solved them by builders, telling builders to build us more homes. That's how it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I think for myself, I'd like to also add a comment. Again, in the last bundle of demolition permits, I wanted to support the road council because, again, it was about timing. And it was about that those properties were imminently ready for development. The challenge that I have with these two properties is that there is no plan. They specifically said it. Nicole specifically said she was only contracted just to do the demolition. There was literally no other plan moving forward. I would also say that there is an alternative when it comes to leaving these houses there. The owner also has the opportunity to fortify and to fence off the properties in order to enable. Yes, it does cost money, but I think that it is also, it's increasing the amount of opportunity to get them to come to a plan faster. Otherwise, we leave these vacant properties empty and for literally no idea and timelines of what they want to do with these two properties. So for this reason, this is why I will support staff recommendation to deny the demolition permit in order to help prod the owners along to get them to a plan as quickly as possible. Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers on this, may I call to vote, please? This is on the original staff recommendations. Vote is up. And that vote carries 6-4. Thank you. So we are now moving on to 9.8, which is the demolition permit for 85 Catherine Street North. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? And again, the staff recommendation is to deny the demolition permit. Is there any discussion? Oh, sorry, I need the mover and seconder. Councillor McMeekin, please.
So I want to move the alternative.
So you want to move this first, so I do need a seconder, and then ultimately
I'll
you want
move
to.
denial. I think this is the clearest case of denial presented today.
So I have Councillor McMeekin moving, Councillor Pauls seconding, and Councillor McMeekin is asking to move the alternative. Do I have any discussion on 9.8? Again, the alternative is to not do the staff recommendation, which is just to move forward with engaging with the chief building official to actually issue the demolition permit, just so everyone's clear. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks. Having a plan, looking for some guidance, assembling a package of land in order to facilitate a development, which I think was, in this case, after outlining the lay of the land and their intention was to gather, to assemble land to enable the building of 700 living units, I think is worthy of an affirmation. And I thought the presentation was pretty clear. You know, this, I highlight the competing goods. You know, this is a case where there is clearly a plan there, and there's clearly some anxiety about the ability to assemble the land. And I think they outlined that well. So what do we want to communicate to people who come and tell us that kind of story? I think I want to communicate that we're serious about planning for and staging development that will provide 700 housing units. And the way to do that is to get out of the way and to endorse the demolition permit, which would be to oppose the plans, hence the alternative, Chair. And I know there are different opinions, but that.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Kassar. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question will be pretty standard for most of these. Just through you to the appropriate staff person to comment on the status of the property in terms of where we are in its planning consideration. Through the Chair, thank you.
Through the Chair, Ken Coit, Director, Heritage and Urban Design. I've consulted with our site plan team. There is no planning application on this site specifically. As the applicant noted, there's an adjacent site plan application in for the remainder of the block that was submitted in 2021. It does not have conditional approval, and the site plan team indicated there's not been any movement or action on that plan in the last 2.5 years.
Thank you. If staff are able to answer the following question, is it the opinion of staff or is it within their purview to answer, is the continued presence of this particular building an impediment to the neighboring parcel's development or the full parcel? Through the Chair.
Through the Chair, at Heritage Committee, the applicant did indicate that they wanted to assemble it within the remaining property, which would probably assist in facilitating an increase in density and changes in their design.
I'm sorry, through the Chair, just could I understand that a little bit better? Through the Chair.
Through the Chair, the two properties in question are on the corner. They would do things like limit access to the adjacent public street. So the removal would make it easier to develop the site.
Okay, thank you. But through the Chair, there's been no action, though, on the neighboring site. Director Coit, did you state that for the last 2 years?
Through the Chair, that is correct.
Is it appropriate for you to answer the following question? Could there be action on the site regardless? Other action on the site to further along this application?
Through the Chair, that's up to the applicant. If they are assembling property, I would think they would want to understand the full bounds of their property before they came in for a revised site plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was pleasantly surprised, not surprised, I was happy to hear the type of development that's planned for this parcel of land. If you look at it from Google Maps now, it's just it's an empty parking lot, and there's way too many of those in downtown Hamilton. But again, we're not talking about the merits of the application. I look forward to them consolidating the land and building something better than they have planned now. Absolutely, would support that. I assume staff would support that. But again, that's not what we're talking about now. The demolition now or in the future of this property is not going to change their plan. They can demolish it. I hope they will demolish it at some point. But our duty right now is to ensure that things are being done properly at the right time. The Councillor Maureen asked questions about the timeline for working on this earlier to the delegate, and it was kind of open-ended. We just heard from staff there hasn't been action on it in a couple of years. I hope there is action, but we've heard so many times that the market is not moving things forward right now, which is very unfortunate. So I'm hesitant to support demolition now, because what it's sending a signal to everyone else out there is we just put an application in to demolish, regardless of whether we have an application for development or not, a timeline or not, then I can just go and demolish anything. And that's kind of a little bit of what I'm hearing here, which I don't think is appropriate. We want to keep housing available. This was purchased, I think it was 2024, less than a year ago, August 2024, right? Don't know the status of that ahead of time, but looking at Street View, there was landscaping on it just a couple of years ago. So the specifics of that don't matter. I think the important thing here is the message we're sending is in Ward 10, there's a long history there. It made sense to allow demolition because there's an active plan. Here, I hope they get to the point of a plan that incorporates this, but they're not there yet. I would like to see an incentive for all developers around the city when they purchase properties to keep them inhabited until such time that they need to move forward with better upscale plans. Thanks.
Thank you. So seeing as there are no other speakers, there is a mover. Oh, Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, I thought what I heard was from our bench was that assembling the land, there's some importance to that and sending that message. The proponents, I think there were two people who spoke this morning, did say that they would not invest money to repair the house. It's going to remain vacant. They also said they're trying to assemble the parcel and get, a wink and a nod to kind of move this thing forward. This is every bit as legitimate as the earlier motions that to embrace the alternative. In fact, in my humble opinion, I don't profess to have all knowledge on these things, but this is a pretty clear example of where we can make a stand and send a message that we're not going to just provide an unnecessary delay to a situation which we ought to understand is not going to house people in the short term, but it's going to facilitate, from what I heard from the bench, the assembly and the clarity around the assembly of the land. Those are my final comments.
Thank you. Councillor Beatty for a first time, and then Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time. Councillor Beatty, please.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Just, I think to build off of where Councillor McMeekin was going with that, we heard from the proponent, we've heard from the proponents of all of these applications that they have no intention of investing in these properties to make them inhabitable. And frankly, this council lacks the ability or the authority to force their hand on that. So the reality is that the building will remain vacant. We have a number of already dilapidated buildings around the city which are crumbling and falling apart, again, awaiting some future, we don't know, of all of them. But in this case, the proponent has indicated that there is a plan. It may not be formalized yet. It may not have come forward as an application, but something is going to happen. So again, in the meantime, what is it that we're protecting? It's an empty building that will deteriorate. It will cause problems in the community. And I'm not sure why we would want to signal that to the local community, that importance of maintaining an empty building has supremacy over some common sense decision making here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I too support and encourage the developer to move forward. I too support shifting away from all of these parking lots. But to be sure, that is not our decision today. If I could ask through you to staff, 85 Catherine North, it's stated that it is well-maintained. It's on Google Maps at least, and I walked by it about a month ago. I thought the same. If I could just ask through you to staff to comment on their view of the status of the building.
CBO Lally, please.
Through the chair, Rob Lally, Director of Building, through our inspection of the exterior, and the photos included in Appendix A shows that the the detached dwelling is in excellent condition from the exterior. I don't have any knowledge of the interior, but I can refer to.
We don't have it. We can't get it either.
I withdraw that. I won't refer to anyone on the conditions of the interior as we have not had access inside. We could ask the owner for a structural assessment of the inside if that is the will of committee, provide documentation and photos, if that's going to help in making a decision.
Thank you. Further to a sea of vacant properties, it does impact the community. And this is a very busy urban stretch. So to enable demolition without any immediate trajectory for building, it depresses the area, if you will. And it is well maintained. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation.
Okay. Again, a comment from myself. Again, this comes back to, it's about timing, and I feel that it is, we heard directly from the applicant and the proponent that they have no plans yet. There is no plans to, they have no timelines in terms of the assembly either. So I think that for me, I'm going to stay consistent and also support the staff recommendation, but I am also mindful that the, what's on the floor today is the alternative. So I just feel that I wanted to share that publicly about my reasonings for why I'm voting the way that I am. Thank you. Okay, so we are now going to call the vote. This is again, already moved and seconded for the alternative. So just so everyone is clear. And that vote is up.
Waiting on Councillor Nan and Councillor Francis.
Alternative, yes, it's the alternative. So that is defeated. Okay, all right, so we've left that up. Okay, we're taking that down now. I do want to go back to the original staff recommendation, so I do need a mover and a seconder to move forward on the original staff recommendation. Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Maureen Wilson. And again, let's call that to electronic vote, please. Vote is up. And that vote carries 6-4. Thank you. Let's move on to 9.9, which is PED 25166, demolition report for 3078, 3168, and 3190 Regional Road 56 in Ward 11. This is different. It's I need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendation, which is approving the demolition report. Councillor Taddison and Councillor Beattie. Any discussion on 9.9, please? Councillor Taddison, please.
Well, I'll just say that the owner has recently received conditional site plan approval for the redevelopment of the properties. I believe I previously supported staff in denying demolition. I believe I told the developer to move it further along and reapply. And I think they've done this now. So we all know staff have very high standards for demolition. Here is a demolition request that has been accepted. I think we can all get behind this one as staff is recommending demolition.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? Okay. Seeing none, may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. And just as we're waiting for the vote to come up, committee, are we cool to try and power through the rest of this agenda? I'm hoping to try and get through this as quickly as possible. And that vote carries 10-0. Okay. All right, I'm hoping that we can power through this. So 910 is PED 25136, which is the contracted parking enforcement. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations that are in this report? Councillor Beatty and Councillor Kassar. Any discussion on 910, please? Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. In the note of expediency, I'll give maybe a crude summary, which is staff are recommending a single source procurement for parking fine violations because we're getting more money off the contract, it's working, and there weren't a lot of bidders, or some of the reasons I've read in the report. One of the most common critiques or complaints, and no one likes getting a parking ticket by any means, has been, since the contract shift, have been hearing that there's maybe been some expeditious or very zealous enforcement in kind of that, might be indiscretion, might be in those kind of 30 seconds as the clock is ticking over, but folks feeling it's very kind of stringent, and that might be leading to the revenue. I'm just wondering, as we're talking about this, the potential for a bid, and if there are other vendors in the area, if we're aware of the likelihood of that. And then my secondary question is, to what extent do any complaints or customer service feedback fit into this evaluation?
Thank you. I'll ask Director of Parking of Steve Malloy is here. Hi, Steve.
Through the chair, Steve Malloy, Acting Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. I'll take an initial shot at answering that, and I'll perhaps let James Buffett, the manager of parking enforcement, answer the rest. In terms of aware of any other vendors who would bid, we're not currently aware of any other vendors that could bid. I think regardless of the decision of council today, because of the procurement timeline, there would be a requirement to have a policy 11 regardless, whether that's just to extend it for a year, just to give that procurement time to put out an open bid for other contractors. So regardless of whether it's 5 years or 1 year, there's going to be a requirement for policy 11 to extend the contract. So maybe from there, I'll let James speak in terms of the enforcement approach and the comments relating to any grace periods relating to infractions.
James Buffett, Manager of Parking Enforcement and School Safety, and through the chair, so to comment about the overzealous, I think that might be part and parcel that during the same time that MPark came on board with being contracted by the City of Hamilton, we also implemented the Passport Parking app, which is immediate expiration of paid parking upon, once you've paid for an hour, it comes to an hour, it's done. The old school meter heads, they did have a negative countdown. So if you're paying by an app, it is immediate expiration versus getting some leeway from the old school meter heads. So that's certainly created a bit of a behavioral change in not only our parking customers, but also when our staff go by and do an investigation of if there is paid parking or not. It's pretty black or white when they scan a plate, the car comes up as unpaid. So maybe some of the customers that are complaining about that practice, they're just used to the historical practice of the negative countdown on the old school meter heads versus just immediate expiration of parking.
Councillor?
Thank you. Two remaining questions from me. One is, how would, if there was a concern, whether it's someone, we're seeing it in an increase in appeals, whether we're seeing it in calls to the customer service line to complaint, if we were getting feedback that this contract wasn't working, just wondering where those inputs would be in the organization and where in this report would those be included. So we're doing this 5 years from now, 1 year from now, et cetera. Just wondering if there are complaints, is the fact that there isn't a section here, meaning we haven't got complaints coming into the office, or just wondering how those are evaluated?
Manager Buff, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, we do track all service complaints that come in about the contractors, and when comparing to the previous vendor, we actually see a decrease on an annual basis of complaints despite an increase in issuance. And we do track all of the disputes regarding just issued infractions as well, and although those numbers are increasing, the percentage of tickets being disputed is actually going down.
Through you, Chair, really appreciate that information. I think that's incredibly clarifying and was kind of the piece I was looking for. My other just question is, would there be a comment from procurement or from parking about the potential to do a 1-year extension and then a more competitive process? Just wondering, that's not being recommended. Is there a reason for that not being recommended beyond potentially the lack of vendors in the sector, or are there other reasons that are influencing that decision between just a one-year extension?
Okay, thank you. Manager Buffett, please.
Through the chair, I won't speak on behalf of procurement, but the recommendation put forward was just based on historical market kind of trends, that when Impark did bid, they were the only evaluated bidder due to lack of market bids coming in for that contract. And then the year-over-year growth with their service improvements in comparative to the last vendor. I'm trying to say here is the transition time is highly impacting on the positive nature of that contract and their issuance.
Okay. Counselor?
I just really appreciate all of the details and those answers. If there was a conversation about that for council, would be happy to kind of hear where others are at today. Open-minded on whether or not it's a one-year versus multi-year extension, but happy to support today's report. But I think feel a lot more confident in that after hearing those answers, so thank you.
Thank you. Any, Counselor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. My question is going to be barely connected to the report, but a comment was made by the manager just in terms of the number of disputes. And so jumping off of the dispute conversation, James, and forgive me, I know it's outside of the conversation about this contract, but the most frequent conversation that I hear from residents in the ward that I represent is pertaining to the dispute resolution mechanism that is currently in place. Might there be a report or some conversation coming before this body in the near future that might discuss ways to enhance the dispute resolution mechanism to make it a little more user-friendly, accessible, equitable? Any quick comment on that, what we might be able to enjoy coming forward soon through the chair?
Through the chair to the councillor, there is an anticipated report coming forward this year. I don't know how detailed I can get into those, the nuts and bolts of it, but there are going to be enhancements to the apps program within the city of Hamilton, inclusive of that the entire growth of apps dispute process and a change in services.
Apps being the automated payment systems?
Administrative penalty system. My apologies. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Manager Buffett. Perhaps offline, I could engage with you just to get a better understanding of what might be contained and offer some of the voice of the community that I represent in terms of some of the current shortcomings and shortfalls of the current process. I'd do that offline with you, sir.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no others Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I apologize for the late hand up. I did read the report. I'm trying to go back in my recollection of, through the chair, Imperial being the only bidder the last time, and they certainly seem to be delivering in terms of revenue. If I could just understand the industry generally, is there consolidation in this industry? Are we adding to it, or is this unique in terms of them being the only active player or the active bidder through the chair in Hamilton?
Through the chair, Imperial Parking isn't certainly the only security type services throughout Ontario and Canada. Just that there wasn't that many that bid on it last time. I don't know if there's going to be any new security services that would take on this type of contract and bid on it in the future. But just based on past vendor processes, they were the only one that bid on the previous contract. But we do, through the city of Hamilton, obviously, we have Garda Security, if I'm utilizing that name correctly. I don't know if they would be interested in bidding on a contract of this.
Thank you. So that I'm clear, there is competition in the landscape, but just not here. I'm just wondering if, through the chair, do you have any intelligence on whether other municipalities are also being they're only having a single bidder submit during their procurement? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I know that there are two other neighboring municipalities, that Burlington and London. They do utilize Core Commissioner to offset their internal parking services. And we utilized the Core Commissioner for decades prior to Impart coming in because the Core did not bid on the last contract. So I'm not too sure if their business is changing and getting away from parking enforcement and moving more to security services in general. But that's all I can offer at this time.
Thank you.
All right. Another call out for any first-time speakers? Seeing none, we do have a mover and a seconder, so can we move to the electronic vote, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. Let's move on to 911. 9.11, not 911. Anyway, PED 23172A. This is a request for Class 4 designation for lands located at 115 and 121 Vansittart Avenue in Ward 4. Daniel Barnett is here. There is no presentation. So may I have a mover and a seconder to at least approve the recommendations within the report, please? Councillor Alex Wilson, and I'd like to second that. Any discussion on the item and 9.11, please? Normally, I want to be able to ask a question, so I can still ask a question. So, Daniel Barnett, thank you for being here. Just a question that one of the delegates asked this morning, which was a very generalized sort of roundabout way, which was, why was this particular application, actually it's probably going to go to Director Fayback, but why was this particular application moving so quickly with CN versus the Jamesville application? Sounds like it's very similar in terms of the type of application, like just some of that. Why one over the other?
Through the chair to the councillor, the short answer really being that CN appealed the zoning bylaw amendment of council's decision on the, to approve the zoning bylaw amendment for Jamesville to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Based on today's report and what's noted throughout the report, CN did not appeal the rezoning for the Vansittart rezoning application from 2018, which was approved by council. And while CN can make comments on the site plan approval process, Vansittart is moving through, they have no right to appeal the site plan to the OLT. Only an applicant can appeal conditions of a site plan. So in summary, that's really the difference between the applications, being that CN did appeal Jamesville to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. I have no more questions. If there are no other speakers on this, let's move to the electronic vote, please. Vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you. 9.12 was withdrawn, so we'll move directly to 9.13, which is PED 25145 Barton Street and 50 Road Improvements, Municipal Class Environmental Assessment. This is in Ward 10. Staff are here. I do see Margaret. I thought I saw Margaret. Do I see Margaret? No. Margaret is here, okay. And Carlo Amendolio is here as well. No, I don't. Oh, there he is. Oh, okay, there he is. So also Trevor Jenkins from Arcadis is also here. Excellent, thank you. Committee, we're ready to see the report then, or would committee like to waive the report? Yes, to see the report. Okay, thank you. And Margaret's just getting set up then.
Hello? Okay. Hello, Chair and Planning Committee members and members of the public and colleagues and anyone listening online. My name is Margaret Fazri. I'm a Senior Project Manager in Infrastructure Planning Section of Growth Management Division of Planning and Economic and Development Department. And beside me is not Carlo, but Gavin Norman, the Manager of Infrastructure Planning. I would like to, before starting the presentation, thank a lot of staff. I'm not going to name them all, but there are a lot of staff that have helped with this project, so I just wanted to acknowledge that this was a team effort. I will speak to you today about the background of the study, so the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan and the study area, and then the project process, moving on to recommendations and the next steps. So the study area, I wonder if I can have a pointer. Sorry, I didn't ask about that. Sorry, sorry. Well, maybe I can just point with my hand if you don't have that. If you're looking at on the screen, you can see the green line. The green line describes, shows where the project study area is. So on the left, on your left, will be Fruitland Road, where the start of the Barton Street project starts, and it ends at 50 Road. And then 50 Road project starts at Highway 8 to the south and ends at South Service Road to the north. So the existing land use around Barton Street is that the south side has many residential properties in Greenbelt between Glover and McNeely. And on the north side, from Fruitland Road to Lewis Road, is a business park and residential area to the east. There are two elementary schools on Barton Street. One is at Lewis Road, and one is at 50 Road. They're existing, and then there's another one planned a little bit further south along Jones Road. There is the city's Winona Park, so you'll see that little bit of a white space close to 50 Road on the south side. That's a home of the famous annual Winona Beach Festival. Sorry, I need to scroll down. How do I scroll down on this? Anyway.
It didn't go.
It didn't go? Okay. So the Barton Street component is 5.1 kilometers in length. Its current right-of-way width varies from approximately 20 to 36 meters. It's a two-lane road, mostly stop-controlled throughout, except for at 50 Road where it is signalized. Its current walkability and cyclability is patchy or non-existent due to only partial sidewalks along the corridor and no bike lanes. Barton and 50 Road are both truck routes, through truck routes, although Barton Street is only a daytime truck route between McNeely Road and Fruitland Road. Transit is limited and supplemented by Transcab. And Barton Street corridor is a major transportation and transit route for future growth and is bookended by 50 Road in the east and Fruitland Road in the west, as I said. Each is a connection to the QEW, and additionally 50 Road forms an escarpment crossing. 50 Road is south of the, 50 Road is in the urban official plan on the west side from South Service Road to about 250 meters south of the CN Rail crossing, and the rest is in the rural Hamilton official plan. It has a mix of residential and commercial land uses along it, and it's almost 800 meters in length, and a current right-of-way varies between, width varies between 20 and 23 meters. It's a two-lane road. It's signalized at South Service Road and Highway 8, and it's gated at CN Rail and stop-controlled at Barton Street. So notwithstanding that it's in a rural area, it is an important arterial road connecting to the QEW. It has a rural cross-section with no pedestrian, cycling, or transit infrastructure at this time. Thank you. So the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan was approved by Council in 2014 and provided a land use plan for development within the Stony Creek Urban Boundary Expansion Area, commonly referred to as SCOOBY. As part of that secondary plan, a transportation master plan was completed in 2008, and currently the plan is that over 23,000 people and jobs will are expected to be added to the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan area. Barton Street is approved to be widened in UHOP to 36.6 meters with an additional 4-meter promenade on the south side, resulting in the total of 40.6 meter right-of-way width. And I will be rounding these numbers, so you don't have to worry about paying attention to the digits after the round numbers, but just for simplicity. And 50 Road is designated in UHOP and RHOP as 26.2 meter right-of-way width, and I'll be rounding that to 26. So as part of this study process, a traffic impact study was carried out, among other many background studies. But the traffic impact study confirmed that its job was to confirm that the requirements or the recommendations from the TMP were still valid, and its job was to update it relative to current citywide TMP and its modal split direction. So Barton Street is now recommended to be widened before you to 5 lanes to accommodate all users, including planned transit expansion, and 50 Road is to be widened to 4 lanes north of Barton Street to South Service Road, and to 3 lanes south of Barton Street to Highway 8. Intersection controls that are recommended intersection controls are recommended to be improved throughout both corridors, from stop control to signalized. Thank you. The study process and timeline. So the study process followed the municipal class environmental assessment process. I'm not sure how much council knows about this process. I can answer questions later, but we followed the process for the Barton and 50 Road widening, and we also identified a new project, which I will talk about later as part of the study process. As mentioned, the Transportation Master Plan fulfilled the first 2 phases of the widening of the EA process. We followed through with phases 3 and 4 with 3 public meetings, which was 2 more than what's normally expected of this process. So before you, we come with the environmental study report, which is the culmination of the study process. So the start of every municipal class environmental assessment process is a problem and opportunity statement. So as I explained, the existing study conditions are less than exemplary for complete, as far as meeting complete street guidelines. And so the studies, based on the approved growth plan and existing conditions, the study was to address inadequate pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicular infrastructure, and we were to improve connectivity and improve safety as well. The public and stakeholder engagement followed the municipal class EA process, and it was augmented by the establishment of a community liaison committee that was engaged through the project process. Of course, Indigenous communities were engaged, regulatory agencies, and study area landowners within 120 meters on each side of the road center of the right-of-way. And we employed typical methods of notification appropriate for municipal class E processes and meeting corporate requirements. So what did we go to the public with? We had to look at horizontal alignment options for both roads. So we looked at cross-sections, so where the elements fit in relation to each other. And we looked at intersection controls, and we considered roundabouts, signalization, and stop signs. And we looked at rail crossing, need for grade separation, that was evaluated in the study. We looked at 5 different general criteria that are typical of EAs, and we'll go into the detail of them in the next slide. So, and we looked at transportation and engineering, so safety, connectivity, noise, movement of goods and people, and corridor capacity, and how it meets all our guidelines. We looked at social economic impacts, so on residences, existing businesses, emergency services, and consistency with planning. We looked at cost, so capital and property costs. And for cultural environment, we looked at archaeology stage 1 and built heritage and heritage landscapes, as well as natural heritage for so based on field work that was carried out during the project process. So before you are the recommended improvements for Barton Street. We are recommending 2 lanes of vehicular traffic in each direction with a center turning lane and medians where feasible. There are only a few feasible, but there are there. We're looking at a sidewalk on the north side and a meandering multi-use path or promenade, as referred to in the secondary plan, on the south side throughout. Boulevards on both sides of the road with trees and street lighting, and we are recommending a reduced right-of-way width from the proposed 40 in UHOP to a 36-meter right-of-way. And it is consistent, what we're proposing is consistent with the complete street design guidelines. And so the cross-section here is kind of what I've just described, so I'm not going to go through that in detail. If we can move on to the next. So the cross-section, the recommended design contains within it feedback from the public. So it's a result of the public engagement that was carried through the project process. So the reduction of the right-of-way is one such thing. There would have been, and I will go over that in the next slide, as to how many properties would have been impacted in what way if it remained at 40-meter right-of-way width. We were able to capitalize on the complete street guidelines and were able to make some changes that improved safety for cyclists by creating a multi-use path that combined both cyclist and pedestrian infrastructure. And we looked at, and we are proposing an interim configuration and looking at staged construction from short to medium term east of Lewis Road. So this is an example of, or a sample of the study area on Barton Street, east of Lewis Road, so Lewis Road to 50. And if you were to look at the orange lines, the orange spaces, that's where the property will be needed. If you look at how closely the buildings are to that area, you would recognize that Winona especially would be very much impacted if we left the right-of-way at 40 meters. We would have had to buy out more than 50 properties with homes on them. By reducing the right-of-way, we're able to decrease that to 14, which is still a lot, but a lot less than what we were originally proposing. Next, please. And so the proposed interim configuration on Lewis Road, which is even a phased approach for even the more reduced right-of-way width. So within 36 meters, this is what is going to be the interim configuration. That was also a result of public engagement. The original plan was to fully implement the full right-of-way there, the full lanes, but the traffic impact study did not dictate that. And with the public input, we decided that an interim or phased approach would be a better way to go. And for 50 Road, we wanted to shift the road center line to the east. We are proposing one lane of vehicular traffic in each direction with a center turning lane south to Highway 8 for a 26-meter right-of-way, and the north part to 2 lanes for a total of 4 lanes and 30-meter right-of-way. There will be a multi-use path on the west side throughout and an intersection alignment, realignment at Highway 8 to improve its safety. Again, this design meets the Complete Street Design Guidelines Manual. So just if you look at this ultimate configuration for 26 meters and then look further down on 30, they're very similar. Basically, it's just 1 lane difference, but the important aspect of this is that the west side is urbanized, the east side is much more rural. So as part of the study process, we received comments from the public and the CLC that the CN rail crossing is an issue. We looked at, so basically people were queued for so long that they were skipping queue and crossing with the trains passing close by. So this was looked at again, and we considered a potential new grade separation at 50 Road, extending under the CN rail, and that's what we're recommending as part of this study. But likely it will be driven by growth in rail traffic in the future. So it's not deemed to be required today, but it's something that will possibly come up when the number of trains increases in the future. So we're also recommending that that will be looked at and confirmed. The timing of it will be confirmed, the cost at the time of implementation to be confirmed. Okay, so in summary, 50 Barton Street and 50 Road recommended improvements comply with and are consistent with preceding council-approved policies and exceeded the public engagement requirements to allow for transparent and thorough decision-making. And next steps and the recommendations to council are that the environmental study report respecting the municipal class environmental assessment for both Barton and 50 Road and the 50 Road stay and rail crossing be approved, and that the general manager of planning and economic development be authorized to place the environmental study report for minimum 30-day public review. So the next steps after hopefully your approval would be that we would be able to post for minimum 30-day public review. So just to step back, the municipal class environmental assessment process is not complete until the minimum 30-day public review is finished. But since the onset of that process within the City of Hamilton, the council of the day instructed staff to always come before it to approve the recommendations from each EA before we go to the final step to the public again. So basically that final step will offer an opportunity for comment and questions. We've been answering questions throughout the project process, but this is another opportunity where you have all the information in one place. And Section 16 orders or appeals based on Indigenous rights and treaties are the only sort of appeal option available. And the appeal will be to Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. So if we have minor amendments to this as a result of this process, we would update the environmental study report, post it online, and notify the ward councillor. And if we have major amendments as a result of this final review, we would update the environmental study report and repeat a major public notification that was discussed already per slide 7. That is a normal course of action. So after the EA is completed, so after we've defended the appeal or made whatever changes is necessary, detailed design would begin with property acquisition. And detailed design normally would also entail some public engagement. And after that, we would go to construction. So for Barton Street, Barton construction is currently targeted for 2028 and 2029 for 50 Road. And that is, I think, the end of our presentation, and we're here to answer questions if council has any.
Thank you. Councillor Beatty is up first.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Y'all remember me talking about those 33 development applications coming forward as part of the Fruitland Winona secondary plan. This is the spine of those future developments. This has been on the books for a number of years. My family's lived in the area for forever. We've got pictures of Barton Street from the 1920s, 100 years ago, same configuration that it is now. Now we're dealing with about 10 times the population. We have anticipated another 15 to 20, 30,000 potential residents moving to the area. So obviously, the current rural cross-section format, that old country road that is Barton Street as we know it currently in the Fruitland Winona community, not sufficient. So thankful for this finally coming forward with a few delays and bumps and hiccups along the way. I just want to highlight a couple things and maybe have a question or two. The expansion of Barton Street east of Lewis Road. Always a contentious issue in the community. The original plan, as you noted, Margaret, brought forward a 5-lane configuration, which was going to destroy that residential community, that historic Winona community through that corridor, because it would require some 50 property acquisitions, tearing down old heritage homes to build this new configuration. Didn't make any sense. We've now come forward with an interim plan and an overall reduction of the right-of-way from 40 down to 36. And that anticipates possible future expansion to 5 lanes. But the current plan, I'm trying to, number one, state this in the public forum, is for a 3-lane configuration, 2 direction of travel in each way, center turn lane from Lewis to 50. Just want to get your confirmation on that first, if I could, through the chair.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, Councillor.
And then you made reference to potential additional 14 property acquisitions. Are we talking full property, or are we talking little stubs, pieces of front lawn, et cetera? What is the size and scope of those potential property acquisitions?
Through the chair, so there are a lot more properties that just need to have the front of the properties taken. We've tried to match the northern edge wherever properties that already been dedicated at development. So there are quite a few that don't have to dedicate. We wanted to avoid asking for dedication again or to having to expropriate more. But the 14 that I referred to are full buyouts. And I should explain that full buyout means either that the road right-of-way hits a building or it comes so close as to eliminate parking options in front of the building. And this is at the time of the EA, so it's 30% accurate. We're just at functional design. Now, it could be that during detailed design, more details will come out, or people would just outright want to move out and would want to sell, even if we are not impacting them as extremely. So but that could be explored further, and Gavin can offer more.
Through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, so some of those property takings where we talk about a full buyout, originally with a 40 plus meter right of way, we're looking at over 50 buyouts, which was pretty significant. So I think we did some pretty good work there and looking at how we can make the intent of the plan to make it fit within a smaller footprint. And so those 14 buyouts, those could, as exactly like Margaret said, you're either physically hitting the building, not with the road per se, but with the right of way, the road allowance. And I think in that respect, in areas where, and I think it's around McNeely Road, where we're making improvements to the horizontal alignment of the road, so the road will tend to swing where it might be very distinct jags in the road. Now it'll be smoothed out, and that smoothing out to make it safe in accordance with transportation design standards would require an impact on a property, typically a corner where we're looking at a full buyout. That said, a full buyout today, in terms of how we plan for the road, through detailed design, you can start to have a deeper look at exactly what you need to acquire as it relates to implementing the plan. So even east of Lewis Road, a 36-meter right-of-way is pretty significant, such that when we get into detailed design, we're going to be looking at less widening requirements. We're not trying to achieve a 36 East Lewis Road. We can achieve the road cross-section at 3 lanes and even 5 lanes by acquiring even less than 36. So again, 36 is we're recommending is a designated road allowance, and we will try and acquire that through dedications at land development stage. But as it relates to actually implementing the road, the city will look at acquiring the land it needs to implement. So when we say 14 houses, it could be less, but again, it could be more if things change through the design process.
Seeing that my time is evaporated very quickly, Chair, I'd cede the floor to further questions or first-time speakers, but I do have some additional points and questions to go on for a second time.
Okay. I recognize Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Chair Wang. Thanks for the presentation. I had a question just around complete streets, because you mentioned, Margaret, a few times that it meets complete streets guidelines. I'm looking at the typologies in the complete streets document while you're speaking, and in I think all the cases of roads like this, I would see a dedicated unidirectional cycle track in the typologies. On here, I just see a shared multi-use path on one side of the road. So help me square that circle on how it conforms to our document. Thank you.
I'll take that question through the chair to the councillor. Complete streets, in terms of the typologies and trying to achieve exactly what we see in complete streets, is, sorry?
It's a transitional street.
Transitional street, is it?
Yeah.
Can often be difficult, especially when you're talking about existing corridors with existing development, there's planned future development. And in that respect, when we talk about consistency with complete streets, we're trying to achieve all those elements in the best way possible. And I think this idea of a cycle track was considered. It was actually included in one of our designs. But when we started looking at the impact of that 40-meter right-of-way, and the number of driveways, especially through the Winona area where you've got cycle tracks, driveways, you've got a roadway, a promenade. That's where we started to discuss with transportation planning how we could look at the elements a little differently, making sure we could achieve the intent, but not overbuild it such that we're actually perhaps increasing safety issues in the corridor rather than providing a safe environment for all users. And I'm going to look over to Steve Malloy, as Acting Director of Transportation Planning, to see if he has anything to add to that, because you were involved, Steve, in the decision-making on how we came up with decisions about the cross-sectional elements.
So through the chair, Acting Director of Transportation Planning and Parking, Steve Malloy. I think Gavin captured most of the items. I think the Complete Streets manual is really a guideline. So I don't think we should always apply it as it should achieve every street should look the same. I think we go out as that initial vision and then as individual streets in the context of streets and the land uses around it. And then also take into account the impacts to properties and other things that we're trying to achieve within the corridor. We make these balancing decisions and trade-offs, and in this situation, especially with the initial vision of a promenade to achieve that secondary plan vision, we made the decision together with other stakeholders as well to have the multi-use path on the south side that made more logical sense.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. I think when you look at the geometry of what's being built, what's driving it is 5 lanes through a neighborhood, and it's very disconcerting to hear that 14 homes, more, maybe less, people in those homes need to move out in order for people to drive through what's their neighborhood today. Okay, that's speaking to priorities.
Okay. Thank you. Up now is Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Further to the question about complete streets, I'm wondering if you could offer any insight or comment on the incorporation of LID at all through the model. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor. So Complete Streets inherently through the guidelines plans for incorporation of LID. So in a corridor like Barton Street, it's already well established, of course, at least in terms of right-of-way and land uses. So through the redesign of the corridor, there's provisions are not detailed in so much in the Class EA, but a combination can be made for implementation of LID. So things in the, more trees, of course, than there are today, but also space in the south side where the promenade is and the pathway and the landscaping, as well as space for things like soakaway pits and other features that help with storm drainage. So essentially, the idea is that there's enough space in the corridor to accommodate stormwater and a way to retain it, rather than just detain it. And those are the things that will be investigated through detailed design.
Just a reminder that LID is low impact development.
Thank you. I appreciate that there is going to be an opportunity to explore the incorporation of that. I guess my question, though, is when I've asked about our capacity and opportunity to do so, particularly with respect to stormwater, I've been advised that we have no policy and no protocol and no practice, therefore, to do so. So I'm wondering if someone could give me a little bit of assurance that we do.
Through the chair to the councillor, you're correct. We don't have a formal city policy in how we treat corridors as it relates to implementing LIDs. The experience the city has across the different communities in the city with LIDs are more, in the past, more experimental and they haven't been necessarily required, but looking at opportunities where there's been problems with drainage that they may have been implemented. As it relates to the upcoming consolidated linear infrastructure environmental compliance approvals, the CLI ECA, which is a mouthful, there is a requirement that's identified through provincial legislation that municipalities need to address stormwater quantity within new roads and roads that are urbanized from rural to urban. So in fact, while the city hasn't developed a specific policy about how it will implement those or how they get considered, they are being considered today. And we're really just looking at ways now to how we can implement them through detailed design. But as it relates to policy, the province is driving the policy, and we're now responding to ourselves in terms of developing our own, in terms of how we address those requirements of retention on site.
Okay. Appreciating actually that the province is driving this, disappointed that we are not practicing it. I guess I'm just looking for some assurance that with the timing of this work, that we'll be in a position to enable, to pursue, to put into place. I'm not sure what's needed locally for us to enact that. Through the chair. And I'd like to give some context, if I will. I've been pursuing this for a number of years, and the feedback, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, I get is that we've done one in the north end, went way over budget. We don't have a protocol or policy to do so, so we're on hold until we do so. So I'm trying to figure out what comes first, the chicken or the egg, through the chair.
Let's not go into that. Through the chair, sorry, could you just repeat your question again, or at least the essence?
The essence is appreciating that the province seems to be showing some initiative. I'm wondering what has to be done locally, formally or otherwise, for us to take advantage of that initiative.
Through the chair, formally through the Consolidated Linear Infrastructure ECA. So that's a legislative requirement for the city to consider these things as part of the rehabilitation of roads from rural to urban. So that's a must. We've already identified in this project itself in the detailed design how they're going to be considered as part of the storm drainage design that needs to be fully detailed. And in addition, we've already implemented LIDs, or this idea of stormwater infrastructure retention on site through the AEGD, Airport Employment Growth District Transportation Master Plan, where we developed cross sections that contain large, wide swales, flat bottom swales that can accommodate not only storage and infiltration, but also more space for implementation of those types of features.
Thank you.
Thank you. No more first-time speakers. I'll move on to second-time speakers. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair. And kind of back to the train of thought that I was on a moment ago, with the property acquisitions that have been identified, and I just want to hone in on that. I believe that the 14 property acquisitions I think you've made reference to are for the entirety of the length, not specifically for that Lewis to 50 corridor. I wonder if you could just confirm that. That is the most contentious part of this, is that Lewis to 50 corridor, where we are, I would call it, undertaking a road diet from 5 down to 3 lanes. If you could just confirm what exactly the terminology we're talking about.
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. 14 properties are considered complete buyouts through the whole corridor over 5.1 kilometers.
Okay, and I can't recall the number that are specific to the Lewis 50 corridor, but it's not nearly as substantial. It's relatively minor, if at all.
That's correct.
My recollection, okay. And there is one more phase that we're going through now called detailed design. We've engaged, I've had many conversations with yourself, Gavin and Margaret, about this and relayed this back to the community. Detailed design is where we get to a more finalized version of what this will look like. I'm wondering, you mentioned further public engagement points. I'm wondering if you are able to elaborate on what that looks like during detailed design, because obviously the community wants to be a part of the process. We have enjoyed, I think, 3 public information sessions on this over the lifespan of this project so far. But knowing that my community is extremely engaged in this and want to have further connection points during the implementation of this and the construction of the roadway, what might those further public engagement pieces look like during the detailed design process?
So through the chair to the councillor, we have reached out to our public works colleagues to help us anticipate this question. Because the road is such a long stretch of road, it will likely not be implemented all at the same time. Detailed design will happen together as for one project, but it will not be, so the level of detail, so we don't want to be, staff don't want to be going out to the public to repeat the same information that they have. So likely, right now, we're at about functional level design, so 30%. Maybe when we're at 60 and 90, that's when we anticipate to go out once or twice. We have done so in other parts of the city where you're steadily progressing in level of detail and knowing the amount of impacts to people's properties. So normally it's like a public information center that you'd experience in an EA process, where you have role plans brought out to the public and you can see where your property is and where exactly it will be impacted. And then you can talk to staff and real estate staff about how your property's value is how the market value is established, so that when you're even selling a portion of your property, not a full buyout, but just a portion, it's still according to a recognized process. So that's, I don't know if that fully answers your question, but
I think it does in terms of it will resemble some of the previous public information centers that have been held in the community. So it's not going to be a format that's drastically different than what the community has come to expect, and will obviously, my office will work together with, it be it Public Works or yourselves in terms of ensuring plenty of notice given and plenty of engagement had. Lastly, on the 30-day commenting period, when does that begin, and what opportunities does the city take to ensure that the community is made fully aware in terms of maybe mail outs or advertising that the public comment process is now open, and what other engagement pieces are anticipated to ensure a fulsome commenting period after approval is met, pending hopeful approval by this body?
So through the chair, it's a great question, thank you. I love those kinds of questions, my kind of thing. So the 30-day review would likely begin after we receive full council approval. So not just the planning committee, but also full council approval. And we would, normally it's a 30-day posting, but given that we're going into summer months, we would consider extending it to maybe 6 weeks or so. We don't want to go through the whole summer. I know that there's a concern that people go away the whole summer. I don't think we can hold up the project for that long, so we want to just extend it by a reasonable period of time. And so what that means is we will post how we will notify the public is through placing a notice in the Hamilton Spectator. We will put the ESR and the notice online. We will use the Engage Hamilton website as well as hamilton.ca. We will notify everyone along the corridor, whether they expressed interest previously or not. We will hard copy mail a notice to them. We will also use city social media to notify everyone of this event happening. I don't know if I missed anything. We use every technology available to us, basically, as we would have for the rest of the EA process.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I'll try to wrap it up as quickly as I can. And of course, you'll reach out to my office and we'll use all of our tools available to inform the community. Margaret, you referenced maybe a small extension beyond the 30-day period. You said 6 weeks, 45-day. Would that be a decision point here, or where would that decision point come? Is it something that staff you have the authority to do automatically, or do you require some intervention along the way?
Through the chair, Councillor, staff usually can exercise that authority. We have extended comment periods through Christmas before. We've extended through other, statutory holidays, but basically through COVID, we would have placed information a little bit ahead of the, say, a public meeting and extended from 2 weeks to 3 week comment period. So we're trying to be respectful both of the public and also of all the developers that are waiting for this to be finalized so they know how much right-of-way they're officially able to dedicate when they're coming up with applications. So it's a balancing act for that.
Okay, so that didn't really clarify. I'm just wondering if it would be helpful for an amendment here to move to a 45-day consultation period, and then
Yes.
that takes it off your hands.
Thank you, yes.
Through the chair, Ashraf Hanna, Director of Growth Management and Chief Development Engineer. Through the chair to the councillor, the recommendation before you today is about posting the report for public review for a minimum 30 days. So it's only just a minimum, and we exercise the ability to extend that as needed. I don't think an amendment is necessary, but that's just my view. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I've got the assurance from the Director of Division. I think I've made it clear that perhaps given the fact we are heading into the summer months, that a 45-day commenting period may be more appropriate. You have the delegated authority to do that. I don't need to muddy the water here to bring that forward, but I think the expectation has now become a 45-day commenting period. So I'll leave it at that, and we've said it here in the public room. Chair, thank you for the leniency in this. It's a tremendously important project. It's a generational project. It's a city building project. And we have been having these conversations for years in the community. And I think that the community and the city as a whole would benefit from seeing some forward momentum. And I'm hopeful that we'll have full unanimous adoption here and at council and be able to progress to the next stage so that we can finally see this project commence. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing as there are no more speakers, I'd like the mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Councillor Beatty and Councillor Alex Wilson, please. This is a hand vote to receive the staff presentation. Looks like everyone is for that, so that carries. Now we're moving on to approving the recommendation. So a mover and a seconder, Councillor Beatty and Councillor Alex Wilson again. Any other discussion on this? Excellent. This is an e-scribe vote, please. Sorry? Yeah. So vote is up. And committee, we are, just as we're waiting for that vote to come up, we're at 1:11 right now. We still have 4 more items plus a private and confidential minutes, just private and confidential. So I wonder if we want to take a break. Yes.
If I may, 9.14 is very quick, and I think it's basically a tantamount to a housekeeping item. If I'm seeing nods from the general manager, perhaps we could, I don't require any kind of presentation. I don't know if my colleagues have any questions pertaining to it. It's very, very cut and dry, very simplistic. Perhaps we could do that and then proceed to a small break after.
Oh, okay. So right now that carries 8-0. So if committee is okay with just trying to get through 9.14, which is what the ward councilor is saying is super fast. All right, let's go. 9.14 is PED 25147, application to deem lands being Lot 5 of Registered Plan 62M671, known as 30 Park Manor Drive, not to be part of a registered plan of subdivision. Heather Travis is here. So let's put the report on the floor. So Councillor Beatty and Councillor Alex Wilson. Questions, discussions? Yes. Okay, let's go on to a vote, please. And the vote is up. And that vote carries 10-0. So I don't think I need a motion. I think I can just call for a 30-minute recess. Clerk Kelsey? I can call for a 30-minute recess because I am calling it the 30-minute recess. Okay, 1:13, we'll be back at 1:45. It is 1:45, so we are back. Committee, we have 3 more items before we get into private and confidential minutes. So right now, we are happy to have Councillor Jackson join us on his birthday week. But we're now on to 9.15, which is PED 251401, Residential Drainage Assistance Program for 941 Mohawk Road East. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in this report, please? Councillor Beattie and Councillor Kassar? Yes. Discussions on 9.1, please. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for not indicating. I do have internet now. If I may, just to understand the scope of the city's responsibility and opportunity here in terms of our either liability, mandate, requirement, through the chair.
Mr. Amendolia, please.
Hi, Carlo Amendolia, Manager, Engineering Construction and Growth Management Division. Through the chair to the council, basically our involvement here is we will prepare a study for the area to determine the best possible solution for the residents. We are on the hook for the works in the road allowance for this particular project. The contractor does not work for the city. The contractor works for the property owners. Once the work has been completed and the property owner paid, the city will reimburse the property owner for those costs.
Thank you. If I'm just trying to understand the parameters, if any, that inform the decision by the city to come to the table. So are there specific requirements at site that would legitimize a city role?
Through the chair to the council, it's generally a number of properties involved in older areas of the city where there aren't any drainage plans or regimes where the city can provide some enforcement. The landscape has just basically changed over time. People have built up their gardens and things like that. And that basically what qualifies you for this project. Again, the city's involvement is we'll study the area, but there are costs that are be borne by the property owners.
Mm-hmm. And how would one submit, if we are aware of what seems to be, at least on the face of it, a similar issue in other parts of the city, how would we instigate that kind of role or opportunity?
Through the chair to the council, typically it's on a complaint basis. A number of property owners would just make their plea to the city. We'll come out, we'll do a cursory review of the situation, and again, we will explain it as well, because most of these projects do die once the property owners find out that they have to pay for their proportionate share on private property. But it's typically situations where it just happens over time. One property owner fills his property, and then it just keeps going, and this is the result.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kassar, then we also have Councillor Jackson. So Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, Chair. Just a question about the necessity for this to come to Planning Committee. It sounds like it's an established program. I think we've had one previously in this term, but I can't remember if this question was asked. So it's an established program, fairly modest amount of money. So is it because staff don't have delegated authority as part of the program, or is there another reason? Thanks.
I believe it's because we don't have delegated authority, right?
Okay. Thank you. If there are no more committee members, I will call upon Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Chair Huang, and much appreciated to Councillor Beattie and Councillor Kassar for moving and seconding this, since I'm not a voting member of planning. And I just want to say a huge thank you to Manager Carlo Amendolia and previously Manager Elizabeth Paniker. Last 4 or 5 years, both have been involved with several on-site meetings. When Mr. Brian Murphy, my constituent at 941, finally reached out to me, and he had tried so often with the huge ponding, problems he's had. And Manager Amendolia has done an outstanding job with his report in terms of all the additional mapping and information and picture taking. Colleagues, just take a look at what the Murphy family has had to endure. They've tried sump pumps. They've tried these soak-away pits. Nothing has worked permanently, especially when there's been a significant rainstorm in the area. As Manager Amendolia said, Chair Huang, properties around him have altered their grading. The Murphy family did not. They stayed true to the subdivision plan. Probably Mohawk Road, I'm going to guess from Upper Ottawa to Upper Kenilworth, was probably back in the 60s that it was developed and opened up. And I would humbly suggest, in talking to the Murphy family, who are a generational family there, probably in hindsight, the city probably, it was an omission that they didn't install a catch basin or have the developer of the time install a catch basin at that particular site. So he's finally, with financial ways and means now available to his family, he's now prepared to move forward, covering all the costs privately to install the catch basin. And again, where we come in, as Manager Amendolia said, Chair Wang, is from the right-of-way and the public portion. And so I'm just hopeful committee will support this. This residential drainage assistant program, in my delving into it and the history of it, I'm so glad the municipality has maintained this type of program for individual circumstances such as this, when a homeowner, through no fault of their own, runs into these horrendous problems that literally negate half of their property from being usable once there's been a significant rainstorm. And so I'm glad once they qualify, which they have in this case, I'm glad the residential drainage assistant program is in place for this. Strongly supportive, and hope committee will lend their support as well. Thanks, Chair Huang.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Seeing as there are no other speakers, and it has been moved and seconded, may I please have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 9-0. Thank you, Councillor Jackson, for joining us, and hopefully you can let your resident know that that's moving forward.
Ratification to hopefully come. Thanks, Chair Huang and committee. Much appreciated.
Thank you. We are now moving on to 9.16, which is PED 25170, approval for funding for request for proposals. It's a review of the subdivision process and comprehensive development guidelines. Heather Travis is here, and no presentation? Yes, presentation? Well, Heather does have a presentation, should committee want to see it. I'm seeing shakes of heads on a no. All right, so we'll move ahead to no vote if waived. Okay, so may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report, please? Councillor Ted McMeekin and Councillor Matt Francis. Any discussion on item 9.16, please? Pausing for dramatic effect. Waiting. Awesome. No questions. Yes. Okay, all right, so let's move on to the electronic vote, please. Vote is up. And that vote carries 9-0. Thank you, committee. Let's move on to 9.17, which is the HMHC 25-006, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee minutes dated May 29th. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes and approve the recommendations therein? Councillor Alex Wilson, and I'm going to use Councillor Taddison drinking his milk as a seconder. Any discussion on item 9.17, please? Seeing none, this is an electronic vote. May I have your vote electronically, please? And that vote is up. And that carries 9-0. Excellent. We are now moving on to 12.18, 12, which is 12.1, which is private and confidential. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the May 23rd, 2025 closed session minutes as presented and that they remain confidential? Councillor Matt Francis and Councillor Taddison with his milk. And this is a e-scribe vote, please. The vote is up. And that vote carries. Oh, this is awesome. No, it's adjournment. Thank you all. Please have a great rest of your day. Thank you, staff, for being here. Thanks.